Hello, and if a major
Our Father who art in heaven, nna gị nke bi n'eluigwe, ka aha gị dị nsọ, that your name may be hallowed by men, that we may bow at the mention of it, that we may offer every glory unto thee, that we may offer you every adoration and adulation, because there is none like thee. You fight our battles for us. Every blessed day you demonstrate through your kindness and your everlasting mercy that you are our Lord, our God, and our Creator. This evening we offer these your children unto thee all over this very planet that you created. They are listening across the entire 24 time zones on this very planet where they inhabit. They are listening to your gospel this very evening, this gospel of redemption, a gospel of hope, a gospel of restoration, a gospel of renewal, this very gospel of freedom, this very gospel of emancipation as only you ordained. That this very gospel must be preached, that mankind may be set free from the eternal damnation of the creation of the British. My goodness me, I want to remain in the spirit because we must worship heaven. We answer your name, O Lord of hosts. Everything about us is designed to offer glory unto thee. We have atoned for our sins last year. This very year, we have not only atoned for our sins, we have spilled, we have shed blood, they have shed our blood. We have let our sacrifice be made unto thee. Even on the 30th of August, as we are being felled by the bullets of the enemy, by the workers of iniquity and of darkness, we remain very strong today to beckon upon thee, to ask you for your mercy and for your grace, to ensure that your kingdom is restored upon the face of the earth, that you can bring your healing hand to bear upon the life of those of them that you created for one singular purpose, and that purpose alone, which is to worship you in truth and in every honesty. Is there any way that we have erred? Is there any way that our ancestors may have sinned? We confess before a congregation of the whole of humanity to ask you, O Lord of hosts, to have mercy upon us. You must have mercy upon us. We have suffered enough. We have been subjugated enough. We have been tortured enough. We have been imprisoned enough. We did not do these people anything. Our only crime is to answer your name. Our only crime is to be born your children. Our only crime is to excel at everything that we place our hands into. Our only crime is to exhibit your glory and your blessing, which manifestedly is upon our lives every blessed day. That is why they want to kill us. That is why the British want to join those of them who don't know you to destroy your creation and your inheritance. You will not allow shame to befall your name. You will not allow the enemy to triumph over the lives of your children, because you created us to exist, to worship, to honor, and to praise you. That is exactly what we are going to do when this Biafra comes. It will come in truth and in every honesty, because we remain every blessed day. Chukwuabiama believe we're whiter than white and whiter than snow. Oh, is there any way that we have sinned that you cannot forgive us our trespasses, to enable us to fulfill your own word, which was spoken thousands of years ago, that instead of what you promised not to come to pass, that heaven and earth will cease to exist? You opened your mouth to bless mankind to the coming of Yeshua, who came here and said, let your kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. Those words can never be in vain, because they are anchored upon your holiness and your magnificence. That is why in the end we know that Biafra will come. that these children that we have given birth to all over the world, and their children, and their children, and their children, as long as they give birth to them and they are Biafrans, they will worship you in truth and honesty. Through this very work we are doing, mankind will come to understand you. Let your miracle be wrought in our lives. Let us witness and behold your magnificence, your holiness, your mystery, and your grace under our command. O Lord of hosts, we call upon you. We call upon you to heal. We call upon you to provide succor to those of them who are inconsolable. We ask you to come and strengthen those who are weak. We ask you to restore hope where there is hopelessness. We ask you for inclusion where there is destitution. We ask you for one brotherhood, one camaraderie, one bone, one blood, and one flesh of your children. The Epics and the Biblios, the Ison, the Shekiri, the Isobos, and also those of them from Isoko. We are traveling all the way to the lands of Igala. We are moving on from there to Idoma, to Igede, to the territories of the Igbo land. All these places we dedicate unto thee. All these lands of yours, we ask you to cover it with your mercy. Because Biafra will come, and when it does, we will dance on the streets. I'm telling you, by the time that we are done, humanity will think that we are mad, we are drunk in your glory, and rightfully so, because your kingdom will come to rest upon this very earth. That very kingdom is the unadulterated, non-negotiable sovereignty of the Republic of Biafra, that your will may be fulfilled in our time. All this we pray, all these we ask for, in no other name apart from that name that belongs to you. I had in Sosine He said, he said,
there is area I want you to focus on this prayer. Unnegotiable Republic of what? Biafra. Did he say unnegotiable IPOB organization? Did he say that? The answer is no. He said unnegotiable Republic of what? Biafra. That we lost from the 1967 to November the 28th, 2024. The unnegotiable is Republic of Biafra in transition into the continuity of existence that has never been abandoned or forgotten in our life. We now rebranded it like an old house that was being painted, turned into a brand new, with the name United States of what? Biafra. That is where we are. We are not here to listen to anything or any organization. We only what we want to hear right now is United States of what? Biafra. That was adopted and voted by over 98% of all these criminals who have run away from what they voted and what they signed their signature on it. But we're here to remind them. As we are bringing you the message of redemption of reminder, as we are bringing to you the message of redemption of reminder, is what we are bringing to you. We are reminding you. We are like that alarm that wakes you up every morning for you to prepare for a walk. That is what we represent. And I always say these words. If the message never chooses you, if the message is chosen because of some circumstances, and when the message find out that This circumstances make me to choose you as a messenger. That there is people who are more than you. The message, the spirit of the message will walk away from you. Then you will start misbehaving. We want the world to know that's why the ongoing genocide that is happening in Nigeria today is because of what? The loss of the Christian country, the Republic of Biafra. They're supposed to be the allies of America, allies of Mexico, allies of Venezuela, Israel, Argentina. Name any Christian country in the world. Because those Christian countries in the world around them, those are supposed to defend them, back them up, are very close to their border. So the enemy cannot penetrate to destroy them. The Christians in that sentence called one Nigeria that are being buying today is because of war, that are being kidnapping today, that are being abduction today, and including the ongoing genocide in all the Christian country, all the Christian territory of the indigenous people of the land. Because of the loss of this Christian country from 1967 to November the 24th, automatically November the 28th, 2024 is why you are seeing the ongoing genocide. Now, because of this Christian country, which is United States of Biafra, is lacking official recognition from their fellow Christian country. That is why you are still seeing the ongoing genocide. Immediately that this Christian country succeed in having a full recognition from America and Israel and all the allies in Africa also, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and all of them in the world, if they can be able to recognize even Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré, once you recognized this lost Christian country that was transformed in the continuity with the name standing by United States of Biafra, under the redeclaration of DPM, Dr. Ngozi Arabueze, immediately you recognize this country. This particular ongoing genocide, this kidnapping, this abduction, this inhuman right, this abuse of life, all this bad thing that is happening will end because this Christian country will suppress those that are doing and capture them. Give them to the world to persecute them. Only this Christian country that was redeclared on November the 29th in Helsinki, Latvia, Finland, by Dr. Ngozi Arabueze and the government in exile of the Biafra Republic that has transitioned into a United States of Biafra, into what? United States of Biafra. Is the why the genocide will stop. Once you give us this recognition, this ongoing genocide has come to an end. The world has been making a mistake. Do you want things from time to time? And we are letting the world to know that once you stop doing this one thing that you have been doing from the time memorial, from the 1884, once you change this narrative and adopted the narrative of let them defend themselves, let them remain according to their tribal line, let them remain according to the ethnic group, once it happens, this ongoing genocide will end. The exit of Biafra, I will know that it will end the artificial border of European Union. That is why a man from France is telling, he's in France, want to decide what's happening in Africa, in Burkina Faso. Because what makes you Europe to live is in the hands of Africa. And instead of you to treat Africanize, allow them to govern themselves, allow them to give you what they want to give you, rather what you do is to come it by force. Tell them that you are in charge. You coming to our territory becomes the highest poverty, the highest hardship that you, the European Union, brought to us through your British and your colonial masters. If you leave us alone, because if you don't want to pay us the money you're supposed to pay for you to collect the resources that you are taking, you want to be the owner of what belongs to us. The time is fast approaching. All of you will run. And you will run with shame that we decide not to give you anything again. The earlier, all of you, look at that man from France. Now that they have implemented the way they used to kill Muammar Gaddafi and destroy Libya, since then they have killed Muammar Gaddafi and destroyed Libya. They never talk about Libya again. They have channeled their strength in Burkina Faso to Ibrahim Traoré, but they cannot, because this is the 21st century. The youth are very vigilant and very strong to feel whatever is coming. That is why we are calling all the entire Christians of the world to understand that only what we keep this ongoing genocide is a full recognition of a country called United States of Biafra. Then we will help to end the Christian genocide. The more you are doubting our capability, is the more people are going down every blessed day. The more you are keeping silence, continue doing what you are doing to enrich yourself because of you value our resources more than our life. European Union, if there is a way they can blow breeze, all the black race we wipe out in Africa for them to come now and remain in our territory. That's what is in their mind with all their actions. This is what is exact in their mind to wipe us away. But Chukwu Abiyama said no, that nobody will wipe his people away. Nobody will destroy his people. That is why this Christian country must be restored. Now that we have given you the legal rights to talk about us, to recognize us, to prove that you are not destroying the so-called the territorial integrity that Nigeria never had, we said, okay, do not go that way. Let us give you a legal right. Let us give you a power for you to grant us that recognition, push what you call external remedial secession via our peaceful redeclaration of United States of Biafra, proving that we are no longer organization. The USB declared is not in the protest group. We are not in the streets. Because a government doesn't protest. A government is not in the streets. A government gives law and protect their people. When the citizens feel that things are not going well, it's meant to the citizens to go out and protest against bad government. Not for the government to call for protests. And a government in exile, like USA declared, must prove a standard of a country government, not organization structure. That is why our DPM cannot, with cabinet members, cannot open their mouth, call you to go and protest. It left for we, the citizens of USB, to go out on the streets and protest. when we understand what is government structure, what is the capacity of a government, then you will understand what our DPM and the cabinet members stand for. We only look at things in average Igbo man, average black man that was pure in darkness. We have never looked at things with the average eyes and asked, what is the guideline of the international global community? And for you to be a country, to sign a treaty, you must stand, you must prove that you have a structure to the level of the criteria of the only international global community. Because once you're a country, you will be having rubbing shoulders with other countries, and you must prove that you abide by the law that controls the world. This is where we are. That is what USB is doing. So you may think that some things they don't care, they're not doing their job well. They are doing their job 100% well. To maintain the standard, to maintain that quality, to maintain that structure, that's NHC under Nelson Mandela maintained for them to retake over and become a free organization of South Africa in the new after the apartheid regime. We must maintain the US government is now maintaining the standard that Namibia maintained for them to exit from South Africa. USB is maintaining that standard, that structure that Algeria maintained that makes France vanish from Algeria. US is maintaining that standard that Kenya maintained that makes Kenya to take over their country, and their first president and their first leader who was in prison comes out, Jomo Kenyatta, to become the first prime minister, the first president of Kenya. That is the standard that USB is maintaining. It might be confused. It might sound to you that they are not doing anything, but you are not going to justify because you can't eat your cake and have it. You can't write your exam and mark it and pass yourself. It left to the whether you like it or not, they are involved. The international community are involved. Show me your friends. I will show you who you are. No, I will tell you who you are. That is why we are calling on all well-meaning Biafrans to stand tall at this time that we are into. You must stand tall. Our recognition, it can be delayed. I ask this question. If this recognition takes 5 years before we achieve one, are you sure you are going to stand? According to God says so. But all the rights now that we have redeclared, but over all these years that we never redeclared it to get it right, what have you been doing? Why not the then? Why that you never introduce for us government in exile? If I ask you. Why now is very fast for you? What the government is doing? There's no government structure. Which government? For over from 1967 to November the 28th, 2024, that we are on a wrong path. What have you been doing? Is my question to you. If you can wait for all these wrong years, is these few years that we have to achieve Biafra as a country that we don't want to wait? And everything is, you want it fast. That is why, that is who some of our people are. For over all these years, calculate from 1967, that we have been on a wrong path, including me. That I protested in Biafra land from 2015. Protesting and believe that one day that the world will grant us recognition on the street. It takes some other countries 5 years, 3 years, 4 years to create awareness that has been taking us 14 years to create, except Simon Ipanjoko, who come to step out for only Christian awareness to start getting it right for the first time ever. That is why when Mazim Nandokukano saw that man who knows the road that she said, you must, he is the only one in the entire media of Biafra so far that Mazakano said, you must follow him, share his program accordingly. He's only the one, that's what he has come to bring a new dimension. The new dimension is the redeclared of the United States of Biafra. That is the new dimension. The new dimension is nothing but redeclared of United States of Biafra, and it has been done and dusted. Now looking for recognition, the way Ghana look for recognition, the way South Africa look for recognition, the way Namibia, Algeria, Eritrea, Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Angola. Name every country in Africa. There was a time they are like us. There was a time they are like us. There was a time they are passing through what we are passing through today. There was a time. As I told you this word at all time, we are not the first, neither are we going to be the last. Do you also know that a country in Africa issued declaration on December 25? December 2025, a country in Africa issued their declaration in France. You see, we have senior people. This country is from South Africa. They are based in Paris, in France. They have issued their declaration December 2025. They are the youngest. We are no longer the last born. I have to go mad. I sincerely want you to ask yourself a question. With the shenanigan of what is happening today, if this USB happened to stay 5 years before we achieve first recognition, I hope that you are going to stand. Are you going to stand with USB declared? If you're an independent media, are you going to stay talking about USB declared? Are you going to be ashamed of yourself talking about USB declared? I'm asking you. That is a just humble question to you. Despite that the government is pushing hardly, strongly, and strongestly to achieve recognition, if the world and some countries want to calm down, monitor us for 5 years, my question to you is, are you sure? Tell me, are you going to stand for 5 years with recognition? Remember that America stands for total of 4 years before they can be able to achieve automatic and official recognition from France. Remember that. And do you think that when we achieve any recognition from any country in Africa, that USB will pack load and come back? Are you sure you want a deal? Are you sure you want to stand? Just a little year and you have already deviated. You are talking trash. If we happen that we are going to stay in exile, like Namibia, 30 years, like Algeria, 32 years, I'm asking you, are you going to stand with USB declared? You on the comment section, me on the social media. This is my humble question to you. as we have perfectly transitioned into the headline and today's program, I have led my preamble. Are you going to stand with USB redeclared if it takes us 5 years to achieve recognition? I am asking you. You see, nobody's answering. Are you going to stand? Are you sure? Are you sure that you want to stand? I'm asking you. Are you sure that you want to stand for 5 years with recognition? Okay. I indulge from your courage. That is why you are a real citizen of United States of Biafra. Before we proceed to today's program, let us go to headline. Let us go to our comment section. Today, our first commenter today is David Oyi. He said, "Good morning, Mazuri Biafra TV." He also said, "More grace to you also, my brother, for being here." Then he also said, "This is our platform this is our platform for learning what we don't know." Hey, yeah, sorry, my brother. Thank you so much for that. He also said, "Hit the like button and share, please. If such as we had to share a deity." Again, said, "Good morning from here." Also, it's still afternoon. I have entered afternoon from here. I greet you also. Bishop Onaga is here. Hashtag, "I am a citizen of United States of Biafra, led by Tongozi Orabueze, redeclared 29th November 2024 in Lati, Finland. Hashtag, Nigeria must go. Biafra is my nation." Yes, Abarosia, it's been long. I've been asking, where is Abarosia? Abarosia, what's happened? Where have you been? Is it because of work? If it is, no problem. But whatever it is, remain in peace, my brother. Thank you so much. He said, "Good morning, Real Biafra. May God continue to bless you. Bless you too." Yes. Then also here, Chibus, they stand on the protocol like our brother Bishop Onaga. Chibus, said, hashtag, "I am a citizen of United States of Biafra Nation, USB." Thank you. That is who we are. We are not organization. Hashtag, "Nigeria must go out of Biafra land." Thank you so much. Musa Afube, I see you. I see. Is it, where have you been, brother? Mazi. Marashi, where have you been? Good morning, Mazi. Thank for standing on the path of truth. Biafrans love you. I love you too, my brother. Where have you been? I have Ogonaya here. She said, hashtag, "I am a citizen of United States of Biafra, US." Hashtag, Mazinan Kanu is my president. Hashtag, Masamaneba Njoko is prime minister. And the mother of Biafra, US Zonguzo Rabeze, my amiable DPM. Thank you for that. But he also said, Nigeria must, hashtag, "Nigeria must go." Maureen said, hashtag, "Nigeria must go." Yes, my question, Biafrans answer, yes, yes, yes. I am happy to see that yes in a very large number. We must stand. Even if it takes us 10 years. Wow. Thank you for that mind you have. And you also said here, who do I have here? Who do I have here? Who do I have here? I have Juliet. Juliet said yes. And I have Don. Thank you. You said, why not all the way? Okay. Dear friends, I have the five we made up our mind. Yes, she was said, stand with USB. And yes, and Ogebu said, yes. Oganaya said, what? Yes, so that is our country. And Yaya Huko. Jindon. Even if it take 10 years, we stand strong. Thank you. Thank you. Then I see you Sunday. We're done, Mazi. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Bishop Anaga said, one name my desire is to give my children Biafra, which is life. It's USB or nothing. For real. I love the message. I love the in fact, the spirits. I love the spirit so much. Thank you. Let's keep it up. I will only ask you to share and like and subscribe if you never do so. So when you subscribe, try to turn your notification on so you can know whenever we are live. We don't have specific time to come live program. It will come depending on our time and what we are doing to succeed, to live. That is what we are doing. So please, I appreciate all of you in the comment section. Once again, welcome to the program. What do you want to give to your children? The fear. Is it the fear is what you want to give to the children, or you want to give them a life? Listen to this a little bit speech from a lady from Africa. I like to play this voice, this her video. Let me find it. Let me find it. Where is it? I played it yesterday. Okay, let's go with this before we proceed.
Do you want your children to inherit your fear or your freedom? Because this land, my land, our land is choking. The drums are back. The beat in the hearts of youths. In classrooms where questions grow teeth, in streets where silence has been exiled, we are bleeding. Bleeding from borders inward, the north trembles under hunger. The west burns in the war of brothers. The Anglophone child prays for life while bullets bite into the bite in the night. We have turned funerals into festivals for forgetting. We've learned to clap for pain and call it endurance. We wear our oppression in silence, like medals on a soldier's chest. Africa, we've been so patient with pain. We've kissed the boots which traveled over our smiles and the men who sold our names. We've called it just with fate and corruption culture. But this is the generation that refuses to kneel. We are not afraid. We have already been caged by poverty. We are not afraid of death. We see every day in slow motion. We are not afraid of wars. We have lived, cooled, and grown in one all our lives. From Sudan to Congo, from Cameroon to Mali, from Niger to Nigeria, the continent is crying in the same language. And now, do you want your children to inherit your fear or your freedom?
We want our children to inherit what? Freedom. This land of Biafra is our land. That is why we are pushing. That is why we have redeclared our country back. To take over our land. And we can never give our children, our unborn children, fear. That fear when you talk, you'll be arrested. That fear of when you talk, they will buy you. That fear of kidnapping. That fear of all kind of inhuman treatment. We will never. Enough. Through US we declared, remember that word, enough is enough. Enough is what? Enough. There is no amount of your sabotage can stop, because the world knew very well that once a new country or old one issue a redeclaration document in exile, that they will have different factions, different organizations. That's what we are seeing today. But we must make a difference. The difference is clear. The difference is not what you think as a black man. The man said, the brain of a black man is his problem. The brain of Biafrans are a problem of this movement. You don't know the difference between being an organization. You don't know the difference between being a government. You don't know the difference between having a government and a government structure and the capacity of a government and what mess up of a government. You don't even know. Let me tell you one word. Way to achieve Biafra is not by what I think, what I say. The way to achieve Biafra is in paper, is in a document. The world has write it down only for us to read and maintain it. It's not by explaining my video to any other platform. It's not by explaining any other person's video. No, that is not. We never achieve Biafra because we refuse to read, we refuse to research, we refuse to know the truth. What we are doing is to analyze one program to one person, to debunking these lies and all kinds of nonsense that we are doing. This is why we never come. Our brain mentality is why Biafra has not become a country. Until those who can do it, and Master Kanu said, they must come from America and they must be women, and they are here. So gossip for all I care. Gossip for all I care. Do your rubbish for all I care. All the prophecy of Master Kanu has been fulfilled. But that's what he said. The black man brain is his problem. That is why we have been protesting from the 1967. I asked this question. From 1967 to November 28, 2024. How many years? I'm asking. From 1967, that we finally lost the war and handed ourselves back to the death sentence called One Nigeria, to November 2024, how many years? I'm asking you. Because of a black man brain. I have sit down to look at this very well. From time of Owazurike to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, what we are doing is to debunk ourselves. When we have strength, we send our energies to debunk ourselves. That's what they call internal problem. This is what is holding us. The internal problem. There is no Nigeria holding us. No Fulani man is holding us. There is no international community holding us. There is no UN holding us. We are the one holding ourselves. 57 years of wrongdoing. 57 years. In all, it took Namibia 30 years to succeed from South Africa and become a full nation. Minus 30 from 57. Okay, when you crack it down, for those who remember IPOB to 2026, how many of wrongdoing? I remember when massacre started, and the Masop started attacking IPOB, all the media was to debunk who? Owazurike and his men of Masop. Is it not the same thing that we are doing today? Anybody who will deviate, and people must deviate for the law to be implemented on them. People must deviate. We can never, I said it and I am advocate of that, we can never be together to achieve Biafra. It's not possible. Because in your house, you and your father, you and your mother, you and your sister and your brother and siblings, all of you are not in good terms. True or false? So preach that you are pretending devilish peace. Keep it to yourself. That every country in the world who went through this process that USB is going right now, for us to achieve Biafra as a country, they have internal problem. The world will say, do not let your internal problem take over your time to educate the world and let the world know where you stand and what you have achieved and how you want your country. Our problem is that we don't read. We want to look at somebody what somebody said on YouTube and copy it and download it and post. Is it what you read? In January 21st, 2021, January 1st, 2021, Master Kanu break it down before Simon Ekpa takes over. He said that we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, Syria, Somalia. Have you ever read and trying to find out the history of scenario of Yemen, Syria, Somalia, and Sierra Leone? All of them in Africa. Have you tried to read about them? You see why you are a black man brain is why Biafra has not been restored until now. That those who is capable of being reading are involved. That is why we're making headways. Because on that day of the declaration, don't you see, this one we come, read. This one we come, read. This one we come, read. They will read and read and read. That day was, that throughout all the 5 days was reading and reading and reading and reading. Is it debunking lies of individuals? Rethink. Let me tell you, no matter what you preach, anyone who wants to remain on a dark side shall remain on dark side. You that believe in the truth, nobody tells you the truth. You know it by yourself. That is the pure truth. Flora Ikuku, I see you. Thank you so much. You said here, hashtag, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra USB, hashtag Nigeria must go out of Biafra land. This hashtag must continue in all over the world. Greetings, Biafrans. First kid, I see you. Blessing said, greetings, Biafrans. Thank you. Yes, it's only you, children, that answer the question. 57 years of wasted time of being on the wrong path. So we move into today's program fully. Who is this? Uche Ejiofor. Honorable, good evening, good afternoon from here. Good morning to you, Mazri Biafra TV. Thank you. You're welcome to the program. Please like and share if you may. Like and share if you may. Our headline is where we are driving in. What is our headline? Our headline is under international law, difference between organizations like Ipob, Brgie, Crc, and the government in exile with peaceful redeclaration. I pinned the headline on the comment section because it could not enter here. Here needs only 100 words to be okay. So I want you to pay attention as we are moving into the program. I asked this question under my research. Can any organization achieve international recognition with only protests and without peaceful redeclaration? But that is not the headline. We are going to go through that. The headline is what we are going. What is the difference between organization and the government in exile with peaceful redeclaration under the international law? This is what I think. And now type it, place it on a research. Then this is what I find out. What is organization? What is government in exile with a peaceful redeclaration? The standard of the international community, their rules, their criteria, their template is what gives Biafra recognition, not what a black man brain think. We move. Listen to this. Tag all of them, all the
In
IPOB,
international law, the
all the
distinction
Brgie and
between a standard
BGC.
non-governmental political organization and a government in exile, especially one claiming legitimacy through a peaceful redeclaration, hinges on legal continuity, recognition, and the strict criteria of statehood. Here is how they differ under international legal frameworks. 1. Government in exile, with redeclaration. A government in exile is a political group that claims to be the legitimate government of a country, but is unable to exercise its legal power because it resides in a foreign host state. When a government in exile undergoes a peaceful redeclaration, it is typically asserting legal continuity based on a historical constitutional framework that was interrupted by illegal occupation, annexation, or a coup. Source of authority. It derives its legitimacy from a prior, legally established constitutional state structure that existed before the displacement. It claims to represent an already existing state under international law. The Montevideo Criteria. Under the Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States, 1933, a state requires a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. A government in exile temporarily lacks physical control over its territory and population, but international law often allows it to maintain its legal status if its displacement was illegal. E.g., via the principle of ex injuria jus non oritur, unjust acts cannot create law. International recognition. Its efficacy relies heavily on diplomatic recognition by other sovereign states. If foreign governments continue to recognize the exiled body as the de jure, legal government rather than the de facto authorities on the ground, it can hold state assets, sign certain treaties, and maintain embassies. Example: the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, maintained diplomatic legations in exile throughout their decades of Soviet annexation. When they redeclared independence peacefully around 1990, it was legally framed not as the creation of new states, but as the restoration of continuity for states that had never legally ceased to exist. 2. Political organizations. A political organization, liberation movement, or civil society group operating abroad lacks the constitutional claim to an source of authority. It is a voluntary association of individuals bound by a shared political ideology, cause, or charter. It does not possess prior constitutional or sovereign continuity, international legal status. In the eyes of international law, these are generally treated as non-state actors or non-governmental organizations, NGOs. While some prominent liberation movements, like the PLO historically, achieve special observer status at the UN, they do not inherently carry the legal rights of a sovereign state government. Legal capacity. They cannot issue sovereign passports that are universally recognized under international law. They cannot claim state immunity in foreign courts, and they cannot access a nation's frozen central bank reserves in the way a recognized government in exile might. Summary of key differences. Feature: government in exile with redeclaration, political organization, legal basis, claims de jure sovereignty and constitutional continuity of an existing state, bound by an organizational charter, no inherent claim to state sovereignty, territorial claim, aims to regain control of a specific, legally recognized territory, may advocate for a territory but lacks historical constitutional title to it. Treatment of treaties. Can potentially inherit or maintain prior state treaty obligations, cannot sign or inherit state-level international treaties. Diplomatic standing. Can achieve full diplomatic recognition and host official embassies, limited to informal representation or observer status, if any. In short, a political organization is a group of people advocating for a political outcome, whereas a recognized government in exile with a peaceful redeclaration is an assertion that the legal soul of a state is temporarily surviving abroad until it can safely return home.
I hope you are listening. That's why I said tag IPOB organization, tag BGC, tag Ogen Kerenhis, or tag all this Masob and all of them. Let them come. I want them to see difference. We cannot reason and get recognition as Biafra as a country with your black man, dark brain that you have. Any government in exile, without official issue a redeclaration of a lost country or declare a new one, without you issue a declaration, you are just a mere political party that have no legal backup, that can never represent a country, that can never represent a lost country. For you to represent a lost country and improve continuity of this Biafra you are claiming under IPOB you are fighting, you must issue a redeclare of Biafra. You must form government in exile. Make it official. Register it first. From that day of the registration of government in exile, you have transitioned. You are moving towards to issue official the redeclaration of the lost Biafra. Once you issue a redeclaration, it is in the continuity of the old into transforming into a new one. Amaji, I asked of you, thank you so much. I see you. I asked of you today when I started the program earlier. If you go to the from beginning, you see I said Amaji is not here. That David Oyi has taken your position. But you said you are very busy. Sometimes I would you understand, but you are welcome. The organizations, the difference between IPOB, between Ndesina Fab and Brgie, between the Nkasna Fab and CRC, between the Masob, between Omar Jani, no more de facto, the difference between all of you and the USB declared, the authentic, the original, the one and only true first government in exile of the people of Biafra after we have lost the war. Take it or you leave it. That's why I said, I am not here to preach what I think. I am not open YouTube to conjure story and tell you. No. I am not here to make up a story and tell you an open link. You come, we talk, we go. That thing that is holding Biafra to, we must read to understand criteria to Biafra to achieve recognition. Now that without even our reading, those who read it out, those who study it out, those who check the history, those who remember in earlier time, in 2021, January 1st, that Mazen Kanu said that we should repeat the history of Syria, Yemen, Somalia, for Biafra to become a nation. That if we never repeat this history, the only one way Biafra will become a full nation. And his prayer, he said, I pray for the unnegotiable Republic of what Biafra, not unnegotiable IPOB Omombada. Create awareness from Wazirike. Now, from Wazirike, 1999 to 2026, how many years in a create awareness? In a create awareness, please help me calculate. From 1999 to 2026, my people, how many years? How many years? And I also want to inform you that today, that all the independent media of USB will march today, Biafran time, 4 o'clock. We are going to have a very long day with Biafrans to handle 4 cardinal points that's needed to address to Biafrans. So please, try and watch for that time. I'm going to host all Biafra. 27 years. In the 27 years that a country like Namibia have achieved their first recognition, or did have achieved recognition, you are creating awareness. You created awareness for 27 years. You are creating awareness. Shame on you, claim you are IPOB. Shame on you who fall back. Shame on you who are BGC. Shame on you who are CRC. Shame on you, go 247. All of you are very idiotic and a black man brain that never allowed Biafra to come. But those who are real, those who well understand, well educated, Simon never bring them in, and to make the promise of Mazen Kanu, one of his, to be fulfilled by saying, when a woman in America joined the movement, that the Republic of Biafra has come. Am I the one who said that? In the English is the one who said that the spirit of Wells from the Mazen and the Khan captured Simon, captured them, goes over match them together. 2 of you are the one who is going to be the end point of all this shenanigan that will end Nigeria. Any one of you who attack Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is attacking Simon Ekpa. You are attacking Otongozi Orabeze and the cabinet members. You don't know what you're doing to yourself. When the spirit of the message leaves you, you become a nobody. What backs us up that makes Biafrans to love you, to like you, to come to your platform is that you, the spirit are still carrying you. And let me tell you, every old independent media must flush away. The last person who stands must go down. The message have found out that these people who are here, I am managing them while waiting for the right people to come. And some of us has forgotten how we got our page. When you was begging these Biafrans money to buy you gadgets, they buy snow cookie igbo. Adi akwe echefu onye kpori anku n'udu mmiri mgbe anwa ọ dị mkpa. Otu this my platform mma n'ụmụ Biafra zụtara. This gadget eji ekwu okwu here today. The worst part of it is onye no in Asia, one way na Thailand, on Ayaba na claim ya no obodo oyibo na agwa ya no street. Ana akoghe rimadi yobra kene. Listen. Bible si gi onye na-eche na ị na-eguzo gi lezie anya ka ị ghara ịda. He or she who think I am standing, watch well if you are not for you not to fall. The spirit of the message, like I said, you as a no messenger will choose the message. The message will choose you. At a time, the message needed you. When the message find those who are more genuine, who will help the message to deliver very quickly, the message will leave you and enter those that people, capture them, ask them, come, you must preach this message. You are the one to send me home. Because I open YouTube, I think I know more than all these academians, all these our professors, all these educated Biafrans who are watching me. Chai, I want to tell you one thing. That because I have the mind to open YouTube and pleaded with Biafrans and you helped me to get gadgets, it never made me to be wiser and to know more than you. Please. And it never makes me that because I have owned the channel and people have been following me so much, I will not think once you start thinking towards that, any day you start receiving call from enemies and receive 2 or 3 times, the spirit of the real message will leave you. Let's listen to this audio again before we go into our analysis.
In international law, the distinction between a standard non-governmental political organization and a government in exile, especially one claiming legitimacy through a peaceful redeclaration, hinges on legal continuity, recognition, and the strict criteria of statehood. Here is how they differ under international legal frameworks. 1. Government in exile, with redeclaration. A government in exile is a political group that claims to be the legitimate government of a country, but is unable to exercise its legal power because it resides in a foreign host state. When a government in exile undergoes a peaceful redeclaration, it is typically asserting legal continuity based on a historical constitutional framework that was interrupted by illegal occupation, annexation, or a coup. Source of authority. It derives its legitimacy from a prior, legally established constitutional state structure that existed before the displacement. It claims to represent an already existing state under international law. The Montevideo criteria. Under the Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States, 1933, a state requires a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. A government in exile temporarily lacks physical control over its territory and population, but international law often allows it to maintain its legal status if its displacement was illegal, e.g., via the principle of ex injuria jus non oritur, unjust act cannot create law. International recognition. Its efficacy relies heavily on diplomatic recognition by other sovereign states. If foreign governments continue to recognize the exiled body as the de jure, legal government rather than the de facto authorities on the ground, it can hold state assets, sign certain treaties, and maintain embassies. Example: the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, maintained diplomatic legations in exile throughout their decades of Soviet annexation. When they redeclared independence peacefully around 1990, it was legally framed not as the creation of new states, but as the restoration of continuity for states that had never legally ceased to exist. 2. Political organizations. A political organization, liberation movement, or civil society group operating abroad lacks the constitutional claim to an existing state's apparatus. Source of authority. It is a voluntary association of individuals bound by a shared political ideology, cause, or charter. It does not possess prior constitutional or sovereign continuity, international legal status. In the eyes of international law, these are generally treated as non-state actors or non-governmental organizations, NGOs. While some prominent liberation movements, like the PLO historically, achieve special observer status at the UN, they do not inherently carry the legal rights of a sovereign state government. Legal capacity. They cannot issue sovereign passports that are universally recognized under international law. They cannot claim state immunity in foreign courts, and they cannot access a nation's frozen central bank reserves in the way a recognized government in exile might. Summary of key differences. Feature: government in exile with redeclaration. Political organization. Legal basis: claims de jure sovereignty and constitutional continuity of an existing state. Bound by an organizational charter, no inherent claim to state sovereignty. Territorial claim: aims to regain control of a specific, legally recognized territory. May advocate for a territory, but lacks historical constitutional title to it. Treatment of treaties: can potentially inherit or maintain prior state treaty obligations, cannot sign or inherit state-level international treaties. Diplomatic standing: can achieve full diplomatic recognition and host official embassies, limited to informal representation or observer status, if any. In short, a political organization is a group of people advocating for a political outcome, whereas a recognized government in exile with a peaceful redeclaration is an assertion that the legal soul of a state is temporarily surviving abroad until it can safely return home.
Is it getting clearer to you? More and more. And it's getting clearer to me that USB is not an organization. That USB is a country in exile seeking recognition for them to come back home. This is the level of the international community, not the level of a black man brain. That Madan Kanu said that every black man brain, that his upstairs is his problem. So now we move into our analysis. I see Mommy Mbemena. My greats. Thank you so much. Lesson, thank you so much. I greet all of you for being here. Those who are replying to the questions, those who are commenting on different things. That is how this is what YouTube wants. When you comment on different things, you are making the YouTube to uplifting the YouTube up and be forwarding the message out. That is why it's important. Whenever you see a video, you like, you comment. If you comment one you comment will trigger to 2 people to see the message. That is why it's very important. We always ask, subscribe, and do what? Like the program. Victory, Nweke, I see you. Victoria, Nweke, I see you. Thank you for coming. Now, my question that you are hearing the summary from the audio is this. What is the difference between organization and the government in exile with peaceful redeclaration under international law? This is my question. And what is the answer they give us? International law, the distinction or the difference between a standard non-state non-governmental political organization. Remember the word non-governmental political organization and the government in exile, especially one claiming legitimacy through a peaceful redeclaration, the one standing, claiming, proving that we are the authentic government in exile that cares about our people. The difference between these two is what you are going to hear, but I want you to see how the international communities and the international law look at these two distinctions or these different groups. I want to repeat this first headline again. In international law, the distinction between a standard non-governmental political organization like IPOB, MASOB, Ipob Brgie, CRC, and all of them, and government in exile, USB, United States of Biafra, especially one claiming legitimacy through a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country. Do you see how these two words sound in your ear? Now, with only the way it's being sound, are they the same? Among two, that so that this one that must claim legitimacy must be through either issue a new declaration or that you issue a redeclare of the lost one. On a legal continuity, recognition, and the strict criteria of a stakehold. Look at it so that this is on a legal continuity of redeclaration of the old one. And after you have redeclared that you are seeking for what? Recognition of that's a lost country, that you issue a redeclaration of it. Let's continue. And the strict criteria of a stakehold. Here is how they differ under international legal framework. That's why I said there is nothing in our brain. There's nothing we can do. We are not the one that set up the criteria to give a government in exile recognition. And it must be the one with what? A redeclaration of the lost country, like the Republic of Biafra that was lost from 1970 to November the 28th. We have lost it. Then November 29, 2024. We come in this timeline, in this legal criteria, in this distinction that what said. Listen, one, government in exile with redeclaration. Where is this? Please tag me all this. Oh my God, tag all of them for them. Tag them myself. Tag in the BGC. Tag in the Ekwenche. Tag in the Omajani. Tag in the Onyebiribia. Tag all of. If you have any of friends to them, please forward the program to them. Now, number one, government in exile with what? Redeclaration. Today, who is the one that issue redeclaration? United States of Biafra through our DPM and the cabinet members, the name by the name, as the acting head of state, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. She is the one. The difference between us, USB, with IPOB, BGC, CRC, Operation PUK, fake Brigio, the criminal in the house, the stolen, a man who always learned how to steal somebody's property, that because of he has been stolen cars in America, he has had a countable criminal case in America. Once a criminal, always remain a criminal. A government in exile is a political group that claims to be legitimate government of a country. A government in exile with a peaceful redeclaration is a political group that claims to be the legitimate government of a country, but is unable to exercise its legal power because it resides in a foreign host country. We reside in a foreign country because of what? Listen. When a government in exile undergoes peaceful redeclaration, it is typically assuring a legal continuity, a legal what? We are strengthening a legal continuity of the old Republic of Biafra by issue a peaceful redeclaration of the Biafra into the transition of the new one, with the name titled United States of Biafra. Based on the historical constitutional framework that was interrupted by illegal occupation, annexation, or a coup, they give us Nigeria occupies our territory illegally. That is why we are in exile, seeking for recognition for us to come back home and take over our territory from the hands of oppressor. Secure of authority, it derives its legitimacy from a purely legal establishment continuation of a state structure, of a country structure that existed before. It's not by creating awareness. It's not by protest. It's only by having a government in exile that must issue a redeclare of the Republic of Biafra into a United States of Biafra via November 29, 2024. Secure of authority, it derives its legitimacy from a purely legal establishing continuation of a state structure that existed before the displacement. It claimed to represent an already existing state under international law. US being declared is now on, this is where we are. Under the international law, you are not the international law. All this bunch of betrayers, all this babies academy of betrayers, you are not the one. You are not the one to set the criteria. You are not the one how to prove Biafra will be a country. Obatobia Simon Eba Njoko, the Prime Minister of United States of Biafra, said that the road to achieve Biafra as a country is in the open. Not in a secret document. Not in what? In a secret document. And look at the word. They say that USB is maintaining what? Existing state under international law. Government in exile. The Montevideo Convention criteria Under the Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of a State in 1933, a state required a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relation with other states, not to enter into relationship with the congressmen. You are trying to build a relationship with other countries, not congressmen. You are not building to sign a treaty, prove your country for you and the congressmen. No, you are building to sign treaty with other countries in the world. Congressmen has never given any country recognition, and no country in this world have achieved recognition because of a congressman. Never happened. Don't be deceived. Elias does not have a job, and he see a fool that he can control and make his money and build his law firm. A state required a permanent population over 50 million Biafras on a self-referendum vote, over 500 that pen their signature that what we want is our country is what? United States of Biafra, November 29, 2024 in Helsinki, Latvia, Finland. A government in exile temporarily lack physical control under the international law. They lack physical control over its territory and the population. Are you hearing it? That is why you see those in one Nigeria. That is why you see IPOB. That is why all of you, that's what you are. The world knows that when the government in exile read the clear that they will lost words. Physical control of their territory. They will also somehow lost control of the population. That is why all of you are messing. The world knows, what we are passing through today. The world knows it clearly. And where we stand at this stage. Not you. I said what? Not you are not the one. And you can never be the one. This your shenanigan that you are doing goes nowhere. Whatever you are playing, that is why I don't play any of them program. Because the world have let me understand that such a thing will happen, that will never stop USB to achieve recognition. Debunk the lies today and tomorrow, you on your own. Debunk the lies today, tomorrow, next year, you are on your own. That is internal matter. The world have already known that once a new redeclaration happened, like what happened in Ghana, once Ghana issued their declaration in 1957, they said that internal problems start. But international law often allow it to maintain its legal status if it is displacement was illegal, e.g., via the principle of es injury jus non retouche of act of account creating law. There is a law that gives a government in exile that issue a redeclaration of a lost country right to operate in exile in another man's country. Until they achieve recognition, they will now travel down back home. Let's continue. After the government in exile have issued official a redeclaration, international recognition is the next step. It is enforcedly relies heavily on a diplomatic recognition. They start what USB is doing now with the name entitled United States of Biafra to seek for what? For recognition under the diplomatic movement of Biafra as a country by other sovereign states, not by congressmen, not by lobby. You go all out by yourself from the offices that made up of a government structure. You go out for a diplomatic recognition by yourself, not by the lobby, not by the congressman, because you have to talk to other states by yourself. That is why, as I'm talking to you today, being June 25th, 2026, US has sent the document of our diplomatic movement up to 127 countries in the world have received our document of a diplomatic recognition. Diplomatic is not mouth. Diplomatic is a document. And if you are not a government structure, you can never sign treaty. If you're not answering a country, you can't sign a treaty with other countries who sign treaty and who are a country already, because before they become a country, they sign treaty. Treaty cannot be signed by organization. Organization only have binding law and the charter. That is what, when you're an organization, this is what you are entitled to have. But for constitution, no. It's only constitution. They call it what? Legal framework of constitution is only being made by a government in exile who issue a declaration and claiming the legitimate of the sovereignty of a new country that are seeking for recognition. Let's continue. If foreign governments continue to organize the exile body as the due legal government rather than the de facto authority on the ground, that the international community will continue to organize the government in exile that issue official redeclaration instead of the de facto government in the homeland. Even those who claim they are here, they are military, they are this and that are dancing the dance of the shame, falling and standing and falling, standing and falling. Look at it here. Listen. If a foreign government continue to recognize the exile body as the due legal government rather than de facto authority on the ground, you see why when Chukwuemeka Odumegwu said that Biafra will come from diaspora. Did you see why he said so? A government in exile that issue official redeclaration with that declaration document is number one document to use for diplomatic recognition. That this recognition, that diplomatic recognition is between a country to a country. You guys to send your document, send your Minister of Information, Minister of Foreign Affairs to that country to go and look for this, to go and discuss about recognition. Recognition is not coming from the Washington DC. It's not coming from the congressmen. In the entire world, no country has achieved recognition because of the congressmen. No country. Congressman has no power to tell a president of a country that this is a country, this is the one you must recognize. Congressmen are the mind just to announce that they have been coming here. He left to the government, he left to the president and his cabinet to decide and check the standard if they qualify to recognize or not. I want to start it afresh because of reason. I will play the audio to join to where we are. What is your name? The very shade. Please, I will give you the link. Come inside. I mean no harm. This is my link. Please, only the berry. Please come inside. Don't say in the comment section. Come and tell me what I am talking. You ask me, do you know what you are talking? That's why I'm calling you. Please come inside. Please listen to the audio again.
In international law, the distinction between a standard non-governmental political organization and a government in exile, especially one claiming legitimacy through a peaceful redeclaration, hinges on legal continuity, recognition, and the strict criteria of statehood. Here is how they differ under international legal frameworks. 1. Government in exile with redeclaration. A government in exile is a political group that claims to be the legitimate government of a country, but is unable to exercise its legal power because it resides in a foreign host state. When a government in exile undergoes a peaceful redeclaration, it is typically asserting legal continuity based on a historical constitutional framework that was interrupted by illegal occupation, annexation, or a coup. Source of authority. It derives its legitimacy from a prior, legally established constitutional state structure that existed before the displacement. It claims to represent an already existing state under international law.
Are you following?
The Montevideo Criteria. Under the Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States, 1933, a state requires a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. A government in exile temporarily lacks physical control over its territory and population, but international law often allows it to maintain its legal status if its displacement was illegal. E.g., via the principle of ex injuria jus non oritur, unjust acts cannot create law. International recognition. Its efficacy relies heavily on diplomatic recognition by other sovereign states.
Are you hearing it?
If foreign
Relies
governments
on
continue
another sovereign state. Because of what? What you declare is a sovereign state. Now, because of the illegal occupation or illegal oppressor, you are in exile. From there, you have to be seeking for what? Diplomatic recognition via other countries. I don't want to recognize you.
recognize the exiled body as the de jure legal government rather than the de facto authorities on the ground, it can hold state assets, sign certain treaties, and maintain embassies.
Are you hearing it? That the government in exile that is holding a peaceful redeclaration is the one who can sign treaties because it's already acting as a government of a country. They use the word state. The international law use word state. Why we use word country? For you to understand it clearly. This is what the international global community, this is their criteria. Because there is why Simon Ebaneko said, the road to achieve Biafra, the template is in the open. As you are hearing this and looking at this, is it not true that the road to achieve Biafra is in the open? That the only what we have done good is the continuity of redeclaring the lost one into the new one with the name entitled United States of Biafra that was redeclared in November 2024. That is the one the world is talking about. They refer us to Montevideo Convention. Let's continue. Now, we are going to hear examples of the countries where such a thing has happened in the past that follow this road. And because of they follow this road, today they are all a country. They have regained their country back because they lost their country.
Example. The Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania maintained diplomatic legations in exile throughout their decades of Soviet annexation.
Are you hearing it? Now, to give us an example, the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania maintaining a diplomatic relations in exile throughout their decade of sovereignty in exile. Why they redeclare? Why when they redeclare independence peacefully around 1990? Do you see about this redeclaration?
When they redeclared independence peacefully around 1990, it was legally framed not as the creation of new states, but as the restoration of continuity for states that had never legally ceased to exist.
Are you hearing it? They did what? They lost their country like we Biafran people. When we lost the Republic of Biafra, they all transitioned into government in exile. They all transitioned in exile, formed government in exile. You had it here, that they issue a declaration of their lost country. Not as a new one, but in the continuity of the state existing. that this state still exists. That is why they issue redeclaration, like we, the people of Biafra, gathering together in Helsinki, Finland, and issue a peaceful redeclaration of our lost country. Now, number two, we have listened to a full government in exile structure, and the difference between government in exile and the IPOB organization, Brgie organization, CRC organization, BGC organization, PUK organization, Omajani, Omajenu, I'm on my own. I'm a content creator. Listen how the world address all of them.
2. Political organizations. A political organization, liberation movement, or civil society group operating abroad lacks the constitutional claim to an existing state's apparatus.
Are you hearing it? We are now enter the different. You have seen government in exile. Now the organizations like IPOB. Once you have never issued a transition document in exile and issue a redeclare, you are just what? Political organization. Just only that word, political organization. That is how they will address you. That is what you are. Now, a political organization, liberation movement, or civil society group operating abroad lacks the constitutional claim to an existing state apparatus. Now, far lack they lack everything about to put themselves. They are in the charge of the what you want is Biafra, Republic of Biafra back with your protest, with your awareness, the organization. You lack that. You lack the word, the constitutional claim on what you are doing. That is what the road of you are thinking as a Biafra under IPOB is not how the international global community reason anything that concerns a lost country. It's only through via this way that USB is operating. It's the only way. No other way.
Source of authority. It is a voluntary association of individuals bound by a shared political ideology, cause, or charter. It does not possess prior constitutional or sovereign continuity.
Are you hearing it in the IPOB? In the Brgie, in the BGC, in the CRC? It is a voluntary association of individual bodies by a sharing political ideology. Their law should be by a bylaw or charter. It does not possess a pure constitutional of a sovereign state. Do you see what you're doing to yourself? That thing that you are claiming. Hey, Master, can you have a map out or have created another new DOS? Doesn't work. Nothing like that doesn't exist anymore. IPOB organization does no longer exist. What exists is United States of Biafra as a country that makes you a citizen, that makes Mazen Nandekano a president in waiting in the place to come out and assume his position into a lost country that was redeclared, because that's what it simply means, not as an organization anymore, no organization. And they make it openly. Anybody who presents charter presents I am organization. I might well who said this is what they will not tell you. This is what your Elias could not tell you. I could bring Elias. Let me ask you a question. The word they said that you can never possess a continuational of or sovereignty continuity with your organization of IPOB, claiming that we are creating awareness for Biafra. Shame on all of you. That's claiming that what you do is you are claiming possession of a Biafra. For we, in your own little capacity, not in the capacity of the international global community. Not at all, at all, at all. You on your own. I said what? That is what we are doing, you on your own. Now let's continue. Secure of authority. This group or this organization does not have standard law or any claim from the authority, from the international community as a sovereign continuity of the old colony they claim that you are doing. You are just a mere political party group. International legal status. In the eyes of international law, these are generally treated as a non-state actor or non-governmental organization, NGOs. Look at how the world is treating all of you. In your dream, thank you, blessing. Thank you for that word. Just borrow me. Let me borrow a word from what I want to see. I've already said it in the comment section. You see this dreaming of the IPOB in your widest imagination until you are dreaming. You are not representing Biafra as a country. You are not representing the continuity of the lost Biafra. You are just look at what they called you what? In the eyes of international law, these are generally treated as a non-state actor or non-governmental organization, NGO. That is where you belong. Whether they like it or not. That's why I said, you can't eat your cake and have it back. You can't write your exam and mark it. You can't write your finish your exam and give yourself position. There is teachers in the class. There is the senior classes who will mark your exam because they have passed through those classes. So whenever they are marking your exam, your answer sheet, they know where you didn't do well. So they will mark you. That is how the world is marking IPOB organization. And the bridges, CRC, create awareness for 27 years. Awareness, total of 50-something, total of 60-something years. If you calculate down from 1967 down to 2026, a new IPOB, US authority. Old fools. I owe you no apology. There's nothing you will tell me. I am a full IPOB oath taker. 2014, I took oath in Exile. There is one particular big field in Exile where we play football. All schools in Exile government come to play football schools. It's only Exile person we know what I'm talking about. That is where we are gathering. You remember on a day that our people was being pied in Exile or other 6. In Exile, our people was being pied. When we gather on a hero day to pray, when we gather there to pray, not IPOB, they pied our people in that particular Odata Exile. About 4 Biafrans, 5 of them went down that day, never come back. Those that was arrested, they never come back to today. But in them IPOB. From Owazurike to Mazinande Kano. How many years can you grow? 57 years. From 1999 to 2026, it's roughly 60-something years. If you check very well in the comment section, they may help us. From 1999, because all we are doing from the 1999 is to create awareness. The people that lost their people in Oji River under P2B, under Masob today, they have never recovered their life or the people back. And we roll out on the street, hoping that one day we will be on the street and the world will say, oh, from today henceforth, Nigeria has killed you too much. We have remembered you. What is that name of your lost country? You now say, oh, no, lost country is the Republic of Biafra. Or you're from today, we have recognized you as the Republic of Biafra. Who does that? Intellectuals. Ekwensu. AFAB IPOB organization egbuola nwa ọbara ụmụ Biafra gbogbo. Ọ nwụrụ ọbara ndị ọyịma anọ na Mkpọ under Uche Mefọ. Ọ ka na nkwa na-eje IPOB. Under the name of IPOB, people are in prison. This name must be abolished in Biafra land. This name called our IPOB. It must be. We were going to punish it like America punishing 13 colony. This name Morobara. This name Beshete Bebakwa. AFAB IPOB Beshete Bebakwa. Onye chete Ifemeria. Na-ekwu okwu na-echeta ndị nwoke mmadụ ole nwụgoro n'ije a. Ọ ndị nwanda ESN ka a ga-agba afa ha. Ọ ha ka anyị ga-agụ. In Biafra, when you use the recognition, I am going to lead a protest. A name called IPOB organization must be banished in Biafra land. Nobody will open mouth talk about IPOB organization. America banished, go to the history. When America was fighting for them to get their country back from the Britain, what happened? America used 13 colonies. United 13 colonies, what they use. After they have used 13 colonies, then they get recognition, and after the internal war, they banished that name 13 colony. Have you heard from the American people that was a time they were using 13 colony, they banished it? We are going to banish IPO because many of my friends are in prison. I am underground in prison because of the name IPOB organization. This name will be Obara. All tala of Biafra Bobo, Otorobari Consul, under them of IPOB, Mboshoya Kawa, under them of IPOB, Waka Waka, heavy load, heavy duty. Go brag for the autograph, IPOB autograph here, Ibapa. You start crying. But when we got home, we end everything once and for all. We are handling today. Wow, Mazi Kevin. Now, wow, for a very long time. Chai. Mazi Kevin, the link is there. You just want to join. Maybe if you have a time, the link is there already. So you have time to enjoy, to enter to talk to Biafrans. It's been long. Now, we continue. Barbara, I see you. Thank you so much. Mommy Margaret, thank you for the comments. Honestly, thank you. Listen, two of you are the highest commentator today. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Legal capacity of organization. Legal capacity of organization. Listen. They cannot issue sovereign passports. They are universally recognized under international law that they cannot claim a state immunity. Under the international law, IPOB, BGC, Fake Fallback Brgie, they can never claim what? They can never claim state immunity in a foreign court. Is this not the president himself? In a due time. You know that USB doesn't have time to disturb themselves. That's why they leave you. We want to use Biafran law to sentence you to hanging. Okay, with firing squad. Because you committed treason. You and the Imam Madwabo. Under the international law, two of these men committed treason with anybody who is following them. And we must implement Algeria constitution by banishing them. Na Biafra land. With our constitution, we will banish them. And to the banish that nobody will marry any of their daughter and their unborn children. That is the law that Algeria passed in the heads of the saboteurs and betrayers in their own time. We are going to implement it in Biafra land. Equem Justice, my man. I salute you. You're welcome. Thank you so much. I don't know. I have really this is my findings. What is holding Biafra is because we don't read. We don't do research. Bishop Onaga, please have the mic. You're welcome. Bishop Onaga, can you hear me? Okay. Please have the mic before I continue.
Am I coming out?
Loud and clear.
Can you hear me? All right.
Loud
Thank you so much. Good afternoon from here.
Good afternoon too. You're welcome.
Good afternoon from here, my brother. I sincerely want to commend you for. Yeah, I sincerely want to commend you for digging deep, you know, and dishing out what they have kept away from us for a very long time. Now, I want to say quickly, the reason why I came up to speak on this mic is that I want to let you know that, one, I am strongly behind you. Any day we land home and you begin that very process or protest, you know, for the abolishment of that what do I call it now? IPOB. I am number one person behind you. Number one behind you. Secondly, I want to also let you know that what Ogenkere and the Imam Madabu committed is beyond treason. It is sacrilege, even more than sacrilege. So I so much believe that definitely that which Obatobie said, that when we get home, then when I get
yes, sir.
It may not be physical cross, okay? Yes. But that Obatobie is a man of wisdom, very clever person. You know, these non-entities, these scallywags, they never knew that Obatobie has already, he has already settled their matter through that constitution.
Exactly.
So, my brother, we are waiting for them because that constitution got a lot of people know. With that constitution that they are laughing and they're making mockery of, it does not matter how many years it takes. Just like I wrote in the comment section, the reason why I am doing what I'm doing today is because I will not be a happy man to die without giving my children Biafra, which I know that is life.
Yes.
That is the greatest legacy that I can give to them as I am talking to you. That nobody can convince me beyond that. So we will continue to do what we are doing. Targeted this United States of Biafra, USB, led by Dr. Ngozo Rabueze, until we get home. And with that constitution, I got Bobunda Nobe. And what if you tell you? They were my brother, Jessica. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you, Naga.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we move. Now, legal capacity of organization and what they can be able to do, look at it. They cannot issue a sovereign passport ID card that are universally recognized. Under international law, they cannot claim state immunity in a foreign court. You know that Oge never know what he's doing to himself. Elias was just pushing him only they put him in. They will be the one to put him in prison, not even us, because Oge will never come back to Biafra land. He knew. I don't know who knows what he's doing. Imam Madu, Bryce, no, all of them know they're not coming back because they all know about Biafra constitution. When you remove that, Ada Pole in France, this woman, Ojasha Banama, can never come back in Biafra. That is what they are doing. For those who will come back, we will stage a very massive interview in Biafran government that will checkmate everybody. Your language will prove what you said. We shall use it and find out who you are. Because we must implement the law of Ghana and Algeria and Namibia. Moreover, the Ghana law and Namibia and Algeria. Ghana implement that when they look at you, you were suspect. You are the one that was attacking this government through a comment section. They will put you in prison. If your brother comes to talk, they will give your brother 10 years, which is 5 years imprisonment. And if any chief justice trying to revisit your matter, the chief justice will lose his position and enter prison, stay 5 years with you. That is kind of flaw the Biafran government will enact. And if they not do it, we are going to stand on the street on the enact the law. Because you see, there will be no forgiveness. There will be no forgiveness. There will be no forgiveness in Biafra land because you see this forgiveness is far from any of all these betrayers. Because if you forgive, they will continue. Once a betrayer is a betrayer. When Chiamaka Ajere betrayed went to Idu, he come back, let us forgive him. I was one who called a meeting for them to forgive Chiamaka Ajere. That one taught me a lesson that a betrayer will always be a betrayer. And if they cannot access a national frozen central bank receive in the way a recognized government in exile might be received it. You see, the difference is clear. You that are jumping and hyping, Martin Kanu have put another DOS leader. Oh, when the abunde nara solude gore ESN. Ndi anwa nara wile obiane gore ESN. Oh, kwa hawa. Kena kodi butu ego nye na mashara na hapota kona ozo. And you see how Nigerian government and British was instructed them to divide you. Yeah, we are in peace with everybody once you know that you are a citizen of United States of Biafra. Once you knew that you are a citizen of United States of Biafra, and I am telling you the truth, what is holding Biafra is in a black man brain. Is how we are thinking and what we are reasoning is why Biafra has not come. Because we don't read. The only way for us to Biafra to become it doesn't matter. They said that for the world to recognize a redeclared country or a new country, that they don't do it by population. It's not a political number announcement. That once the government in exile, even if they are 20, that made the standard of a government in exile to go from another country to sign treaty, that the world said, we are going to organize them. It's not by population. I want you to know that signing treaty and international recognition is not coming by population. No. It's coming by the legal rights, legal continuity. That is how it comes. So don't mind anybody. I am tired of listening to debunking lie. That was what I come and preach. Those things that could not allow us to open our head and our eyes to think above that the same level. We remain at the same level. And in that level, our people fall for the platform very well. Because that is what our people like to hear. They like to hear such a thing. The same thing from time of Ojukwu, from time of Owazurike, to time of Mazis Nnamdi Kanu, now to Obatobi, you want me to come to sensitize your mind, to tell you like, no, it's not like, I am not going to tell you, this is all what I will tell you. That is all. And I make my standard in social media that the only thing I do is when I research, I talk. I don't talk. I am not analyzing anybody's video. You are no longer 18 years. I judge you with this word. A fool at 20 years will be a fool at 40. A fool at 40 will be a fool at 60. A fool at 60 will be a fool at 80. That is the final place. I give it 2020. If you are always on the wrong side from age of 20 to age of 40, you still be on the wrong side. To your age of 60, you still act on the wrong side. To the age of 80, you still be on the wrong side. That is what is repeating today. If you are a confused human being from 20 years, you are going to continue that 80 years. What is holding Biafra never to become a country is on us. We are the cause. Way to have Biafra as a country, there is a protocol. There is a template not being set by us. This template is being set by those that we are asking them to recognize us. They are the one that when we flow the criteria, what they pass through to where they are today is what we must undergo and pass through it before we can be where they are with the same level of them. For you to be a professor, you must pass those classes that last 20 years professor pass. You must. Joshua, I see you. You're welcome. Thank you so much. You must pass through that way. The way is not the way of people that are not doing well. You are not going to follow the road. You will follow example of those who are doing well. You want to go to enter class and see with those who can enable you to take first position, not those who will be dragging you down. Summary of key differences between government in exile with a redeclaration and with organization. Now, let's go. Number one, future. Government in exile with redeclaration. Political organization structure, no redeclaration. Now, look at how they summarize it for us. For you to know that what is bringing Biafra is not another Rama picture. Analyzing his video. He's not analyzing Siamaka Jere's video. Those lies, they can lie to all they care. Any day, our DPM just assume on fundraising 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 hour over. There is no amount of internal war. There is no amount of organization that emerge that will stop using recognition. Because if America, if 500 was there who signed their signature, we never want America to be a country. And the only 56 men signed that what we want is on the mandate of that we want America to be a country. This is how it goes. And that 56 win against 500. That's why I'm telling you that recognition is not coming by population of government in exile, those who the government is controlling. No, it's not coming like that. It's coming on the legal template, on the legal diplomatic recognition, on the legal signing treaties. And the only government in exile with a redeclaration is the one to sign treaty. The one, they said, make it openly here, that any government will have a constitution, but organization will have a bylaw and charter. Are you organization? I am asking you in the comment section, who are you? Are you still an organization, or are you a nation, a country waiting for recognition with the name entitled United States of Biafra? Is it where you are? If it is, please in the comments. I want to know where you are. Are you a citizen or a member of organization? Tell me from the comment section. Now, let's go. Number one, legal basic of these two groups. Government in exile with redeclaration, claiming the Jew sovereignty and the constitutional continuity of an existing state on existing nation is what USB representing. Political organization, body by an organization charter, no inherent claim of a state sovereignty. No inherent claim of a state sovereignty. What they have, charter, body by organization, charter, no inherent claim to sovereign states. Yes, Amachi goes here. We are really a nation. Thank you. Amy Justice. Thank you so much. I can see you. You're welcome. Now, territory claim, government in exile with redeclaration. Armed to regain control of a specific legal recognition of a territory. Armed to regain control of a specific legal recognized territory of the lost Republic of Biafra into the transition of the United States of Biafra. That is why we are a citizen of a nation, not a member of organization. Thank you. Thank you. Chukuma Eze. Thank you so much. Your name is too long for me, honestly. In fact, I need to break this now. I don't want to bother the name. Please. Now, remember that government in exile is what? Claiming the Jews' sovereignty and the constitutional continuity of an existing state, existing nation. Armed to regain control of a specific legal recognized territory. Now, political organizations like Ipob, Brgie, BGC, and Fallback, many advocate for a territory but lack historical constitutional title to it. Are you hearing it? They lack the judiciary they lack the capacity of claiming that there are for a territory was being lost before. They lack the capacity, don't have it. Because of what? They remain an organization. There is no transition. In the government in exile, there is no issue of redeclare of a lost country. I hope you are following. Now, treatment of treaties. Treatment of treaties. Treatment of what? Treaties can potentially inherit or maintain pure treaty obligation. They can sign a treaty of obligation proving that this is a sovereign nation. Now, organization cannot sign or inherit a state-level international treaties in the Ipob. We are in congressmen. We are using lobby. The world will stand to see you as an organization. And they said that you can never inherit a state level. Why you already declared through via peaceful declaration can inherit a state level and pure signed treaty as a nation that has already been exist. Diplomatic standing can achieve a full diplomatic recognition, government in exile, can achieve fully diplomatic recognition and the host official embassy. Organization of political movement limited to informal representative of a observer status in any of country in the world. The IPOB, the BGC. No one representative in the world. And nobody will represent you in any country in the world. That no foreign country will come to represent you. But when it's come to a government in exile that issue a peaceful declaration that they have every power to claim, they have every power to other countries to give them official international recognition. They have that the world can grant them official international recognition as a sovereign state. They have the immunity. Why you did not have this immunity? In short, a political organization is a group of people advocating for a political outcome, where a organized government in exile with a peaceful declaration is a section of within the legal soul of a state in temporarily surviving abroad until it can successfully return home, until it can successfully return home. But for you, in short, a political organization is a group of people advocating for a political outcome, whereas a recognized government in exile, with a peaceful redeclaration is an section that the legal soul of a state temporarily surviving abroad until it can successfully return home after achieving international recognition. Is it clear to you? Please like and share the program if you wish to do so. If you wish to do so, I want you to like and share. So all these Eflave, all these Okokos, they can understand it clearly. And I also urge you, if you're not subscribed on our page, please touch the subscription button and turn notification on, so whatever will come live, you can get notification, because we don't have specific time. We come at time, at any time we have the time, we come. I want you to be fully informed about you as declared as the only legitimate. You had it here. You see that the standard, that there is a different way of the reasoning or the constitution of the international global community and the way we, the Biafran people, reason. Why I believe in Mazin Nnamdi Kanu speaks so much. He said that the problem is a black man brain, how we reason. That is why you reason that the only person who will bring Biafra is Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. That is a black man brain. More of a Igbo man, black man brain, claiming he knows when he knows nothing. That is why you hope that if Oba told you not bring Biafra, nobody else will bring Biafra. That is your black man brain. That is why you're waiting for him to come out. That is your level. That is the things that is holding Biafra to come. I sincerely believe that because of the lack of for us to read, lack of for us to read, to research, to stand on what, to understand. But when you go to school, you read, you write, you pass. It's only in this different movement that we don't read, we don't research, with nothing, just come. If you don't have clear, call you for 5 hours. I am here to give you a message of redemption, of reminder of those things that the world had from us. So let us play this session again fully without saying a word. So let me play it again.
In international law, the distinction between a standard non-governmental political organization and a government in exile, especially one claiming legitimacy through a peaceful redeclaration, hinges on legal continuity, recognition, and the strict criteria of statehood. Here is how they differ under international legal frameworks. 1. Government in exile, with redeclaration. A government in exile is a political group that claims to be the legitimate government of a country, but is unable to exercise its legal power because it resides in a foreign host state. When a government in exile undergoes a peaceful redeclaration, it is typically asserting legal continuity based on a historical constitutional framework that was interrupted by illegal occupation, annexation, or a coup. Source of authority. It derives its legitimacy from a prior, legally established constitutional state structure that existed before the displacement. It claims to represent an already existing state under international law. The Montevideo Criteria. Under the Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States, 1933, a state requires a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. A government in exile temporarily lacks physical control over its territory and population, but international law often allows it to maintain its legal status if its displacement was illegal. E.g., via the principle of ex injuria jus non oritur, unjust acts cannot create law. International recognition. Its efficacy relies heavily on diplomatic recognition by other sovereign states. If foreign governments continue to recognize...
Do you hear this particular area? That for a government in exile that issue a redeclaration to get a diplomatic recognition, that it relies on another state, that this particular one relies on the hands of another state, not in the hands of congressmen. Does this sound clear to you? That is why when our DPM said, I can't find out, when he said, when I know was when the US has only sent to up to 57 countries the document of USB declared. Of recent, I start to find out again that USB has sent to 127 countries the document of USB declared. That is what they call what? Diplomatic, seeking for international diplomatic recognition. That is the standard. Now, to seek for this and the standard, is it going to be from a Biafrans? When you go to a school already send the standard how you pass out. What you do is to follow the school standards to be able to pass out. Is it not true? For us to pass out recognition for Biafra to become a country, we must follow the standard of the international global community, not by being said by Biafran. Please, we have the link there as we are moving. If you want to join us, you are free to join.
The exiled body as the de jure legal government rather than the de facto authorities on the ground, it can hold state assets, sign certain treaties, and maintain embassies. Example: the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and
give us an example where it has happened.
Diplomatic legations in exile throughout their.
Do you want what happens in Africa? I will give it to you.
When they redeclared independence peacefully around 1990, it was legally framed not as the creation of new states, but as the restoration of continuity for states that had never legally ceased to exist. 2. Political organizations. A political organization, liberation movement, or civil society group operating abroad lacks the constitutional claim to an existing state's apparatus. Source of authority. It is a voluntary association of individuals bound by a shared political ideology, cause, or charter. It does not possess prior constitutional or sovereign continuity.
Charter is not a concern for a country, it's an organization.
These are generally treated as non-state actors or non-governmental organizations.
Are you listening to that?
While some prominent liberation movements, like the PLO historically, achieve special observer status at the UN, they do not inherently carry the legal rights of a sovereign state government. Legal capacity. They cannot issue sovereign passports that are universally recognized under international law, they cannot claim state immunity in foreign courts, and they cannot access the nation's frozen central bank reserves in the way a recognized government in exile might. Summary of key differences. Feature: government in exile with redeclaration, political organization, legal basis, claims de jure sovereignty and constitutional continuity of an existing state, bound by an organizational charter, no inherent claim to state sovereignty, territorial claim, aims to regain control of a specific, legally recognized territory, may advocate for a territory but lacks historical constitutional title to it, treatment of treaties, can potentially inherit or maintain prior state treaty obligations, cannot sign or inherit state-level international treaties, diplomatic standing, can achieve full diplomatic recognition and host official embassies, limited to informal representation or observer status, if any. In short, a political organization is a group of people advocating for a political outcome, whereas a recognized government in exile with a peaceful redeclaration is an assertion that the legal soul of a state is temporarily surviving abroad until it can safely return home.
Is it clear to you? Now, can you be boldly defend USB, that USB is not an organization, and you remove and see? Do you see me talking about I said you should go into under IPOB? We have peace. The only peace you have is when you come into what it said, united we stand, divided we fall. Every organization is divided. The only stand we have is what? United States of Biafra. That is where we are. It doesn't matter what you think. What you think, how you reason, your lies can never stop this revolution to come. Your lies, those lies we are dishing out, those we are propaganda, can never stop Biafra to become a country. That is what is giving me joy. When I knew that the standard of level where we are, that there is no amount of your lies, there is no amount of your propaganda that can stop us from having Biafra as a country. That is what is giving someone like me joy. That is where I derive my strength. Now I know clearly within myself that we are on the right track. That a time to be on a wrong path has gone. That we live on the wrong path from November 29, 2024. That is from November 29, we have moved away from a wrong path. Now we now stand on existing protocol of the world, so we can be able to achieve Biafra as a country. And we have done that. The world addresses us as a state in which recognition, no declaration, no recognition, no redeclaration of Biafra, no Biafra as a nation. It stands from the day that we have issued our official redeclaration. That is from the day that we have started getting it right. Let's check the other side of the same analysis and research of the difference on the international law, the difference between organizations like IPOB, Brgie, CRC, BGC, PUK, Ekwenche, Omajani, Omundibo, Obudokri, and all of them. With government in exile with peaceful redeclaration. That is what we are doing today. Because we want to bury all this nonsense of IPOB organization. It was no longer, when Nelson Mandela was in prison, he never been in prison. Decide for those who are outside. Wherever you are calling a leader who is outside, that he's the one giving you authority, you are the one inciting him. You are proving to the world that he's the one inciting you people. That is why you must leave him to make his case easy and take order by yourself. Because that leader who you are mentioning, that leader is incarceration. He's under duress. When Nelson Mandela was, I asked one of IPOB member that has a broadcast, I asked him, tell me one leader of the world who fight for a new nation you know. He said, I don't know. I don't look at anybody's. I want Biafra is different from every other person. It's a pure lie. What makes Biafra different from every other country is you a black man brain, is a black mentality. We don't read. We don't research. But we went to school to read and research. When it's come, then on that square we are going, the school has already set a template how you can pass out in the school. The international global community has set out how we can pass out and how Biafra as a country. There is no amount of debunking of anybody that will bring Biafra as a country. And I continue saying it. I don't any apology in the IPOB. From analyzing Owazurike to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, from 1999 to 2026, how many years? Is it not up to 30 or something years? What we are doing is when this leader enter, we start analyzing that leader. When another new one enter, we start analyzing the new people. We start condemning and trying to prove that the old one is wrong. They call it what? Internal matter. When Ghana issued their declaration, the first problem they have is what? Internal matter. Kwame Nkrumah leave them. The government in exile and those who are broadcasting for Ghana to achieve recognition, they focus on the international global community and wait for their constitution. And they said, if you want to deviate, deviate. When we go what we are looking for, we'll come back. That is why we never would let Biafra. All this why we never would let Biafra, because we are talking to ourselves. Why the world hide the truth on a written document? On a written document. We make it openly that a road to achieve Biafra is in the open, that the template is in the open. Look at the template here. When Master Kanu said we should go and repeat the history of Yemen, the history we should repeat of history of analyzing ourselves, attacking ourselves. He even said sometimes when you come and say we are not, you said we will take time to give you IPOB treatment. After sometimes you leave that person who focus on what we are doing. What we are doing. I want to ask a question. After our already, what are we doing? At time Abba Obie said, stop attacking one another. Focused. Eyes on the ball. Your eyes must be on the ball. A fool, a confused human being at age of 20 years, you will continue to be at age of 80. Look at it, I don't know who. Look at the other Pole. Look at Imam Maduabu. Look at the Bryce Snow. Look at Shomo Koma. Look at the intellectuals. What we focus on is to debunk ourselves. We are like people that they send to school. Instead of us to focus on the criteria to pass out from the school, we focus on the building of the school. Mazen Kanu said it openly that what is holding Biafra is a black man brain, a black human being in the criteria of black is what is holding Biafra. If we not that this government has really declared Biafra as a country, what are we going to discuss? What are we going to talk about? Is it the template of how to achieve Biafra? Is that? I want you to tell me that one country in the world who achieved their country, where they all are together in one place. Please give me the example of that country. Tell me that country who issued declaration already declared that never have internal problem. I am not here to change your mind though. Believe you me. Because Biafra constitution must be used, implement on those that will use to set an example in the future. That is the area that I want you to look at it. The word said under the United Nations Charter, it said that a way to give recognition is not coming by a population of those who support the government in exile. That is on standing on a legal template. If they check that Biafran people has met the legal template of how every other country that have achieved recognition, that is the road they pass, and that is the road we are, and we pass this the way they pass their own, they're never going to give us recognition. It can only be delayed, can never be denied. That is why I ask you, if this recognition stand that in the next 5 years, we have not achieved our recognition, are you sure that you is going to stand or you is already declared? Are you sure? Listen, finally, to the difference between organization and the government in exile under the terms of the international law community. Mommy Ojuga, I see you.
In international law, the distinction between a standard non-governmental political organization and a government in exile, especially one claiming legitimacy through a peaceful redeclaration, hinges on legal continuity, recognition, and the strict criteria of statehood. Here is how they differ under international legal frameworks. 1. Government in exile, with redeclaration. A government in exile is a political group that claims to be the legitimate government of a country, but is unable to exercise its legal power because it resides in a foreign host state. When a government in exile undergoes a peaceful redeclaration, it is typically asserting legal continuity based on a historical constitutional framework that was interrupted by illegal occupation, annexation, or a coup. Source of authority. It derives its legitimacy from a prior, legally established constitutional state structure that existed before the displacement. It claims to represent an already existing state under international law. The Montevideo criteria. Under the Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States, 1933, a state requires a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. A government in exile temporarily lacks physical control over its territory and population, but international law often allows it to maintain its legal status if its displacement was illegal. E.g., via the principle of ex injuria jus non oritur, unjust acts cannot create law. International recognition. Its efficacy relies heavily on diplomatic recognition by other sovereign states. If foreign governments continue to...
keep on, look at this particular point. Do they say here that international recognition relies on a lobby and a congressman? No, they said that international recognition relies on other foreign states, other nations to recognize you. Other nations to recognize you, not by congressmen, not by lobby. You can only, the lobby focus on the United Nations for you to be lobbying, but for countries in the world to recognize you, you are the one that will go to them. They are not coming to you. You are the one to use your leg, send the men that made up of your government in exile structure, and they will go and meet them, and they will discuss.
Recognize the exiled body as the de jure legal government rather than the de facto authorities on the ground. It can hold state assets, sign certain treaties, and maintain embassies. Example: the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania maintained diplomatic legations in exile throughout their decades of Soviet annexation.
These are 4 countries being mentioned here. They remain in exile for decades. They remain there, maintain what? Did they say they maintain congressmen and lobby? No, they maintain diplomatic recognition to other countries that will recognize them. They become a country. And all these 4 countries, they all lost their country, like us, in the hands of oppressor through the war. After that, immediately they lost their country. Immediately, those who understand it clearly, they transition into a government in exile in London, in France, United States of America, and some was in Italy. Among these 4 countries here, these 4, they transition to government in exile. You had it here, it's in their movement. Once they transition to government in exile, they issue a redeclare. They issue a redeclaration of their lost country back. And they remain in exile until they achieve international diplomatic recognition. They even remain until America recognizes them and back them. They went back to their land and chased away the oppressor. The oppressor now packed his load and leave. Today, I am giving you this on the part of the Europe or white man level. It's what I'm excited to research and give you on African part of it. Because when it was happening, this was happening, and our people who are in Africa looking for it follow the same template that the white people followed. They're all country. What are you debunking?
When they redeclared independence peacefully around 1990,
Are you here?
it was
When they redeclare independence in 1990, when they redeclare,
legally framed not as the creation of new states, but as the restoration of continuity for states that had never legally ceased to exist.
are you hearing it?
Political organizations, a political organization, liberation movement, or civil society group operating abroad lacks the constitutional claim to an existing state's apparatus. Source of authority. It is a voluntary association of individuals bound by a shared political ideology, cause, or charter. It does not possess prior constitutional or sovereign continuity, international legal status. In the eyes of international law, these are generally treated as non-state actors or non-governmental organizations, NGOs. While some prominent liberation movements, like the PLO historically, achieve special observer status at the UN, they do not inherently carry the legal rights of a sovereign state government. Legal capacity. They cannot issue sovereign passports that are universally recognized under international law, they cannot claim state immunity in foreign courts, and they cannot access a nation's frozen central bank reserves in the way a recognized government in exile might. Summary of key differences. Feature: government in exile with redeclaration, political organization, legal basis, claims de jure sovereignty and constitutional continuity of an existing state, bound by an organizational charter, no inherent claim to state sovereignty, territorial claim, aims to regain control of a specific, legally recognized territory, may advocate for a territory but lacks historical constitutional title to it. Treatment of treaties, can potentially inherit or maintain prior state treaty obligations, cannot sign or inherit state-level international treaties. Diplomatic standing, can achieve full diplomatic recognition and host official embassies, limited to informal representation or observer status, if any. In short, a political organization is a group of people advocating for a political outcome, whereas a recognized government in exile with a peaceful redeclaration is an assertion that the legal soul of a state is temporarily surviving abroad until it can safely return home.
Are you hearing it? I hope you get it clear. The pure difference between organization and the US redeclared. Can you see a pure difference between these two? They are not the same thing. That is why we must stand now that we are a nation. The only first time ever. You see, from exactly November 29, 2024, was first time after we have lost this country, we have gotten it right. How every other countries that went through what we are passing today, how they regained their country back. We got our own right from November the 29, 2024. That celebration happened in Helsinki, Finland. That is the only time till today. That is why we are firing down. Without that, we have never gotten it right at all. I said what? Without this, we have never for once gotten it right. Now that we have gotten it right, do you want to deviate? Do you want to stop? Is it clear to you that it's only through US declared is the only way we can have our country? Now that we have it, what are we doing like every other countries in the world? We are seeking for what America asked for in 1776. That is what we are asking for today. That thing America asked for is what we are asking today. That thing that Ghana asked for That is what we're asking for today. That thing that Namibia asked for, that is what we are asking for today. That thing that Algeria asked for, that is what we are asking for today. That's Vietnam where you are. When they ask for their own, that is what we're asking for today. Any country you are today, there was a time they are asking for recognition. They did not fall from heaven. They started from somewhere and made it that extent of you travel there, you enjoy light, you enjoy security. My fellow Biafrans, remember that Obato Obiek appeal court is fast approaching. Prepare yourself to be in Finland in solidarity of Mazi Simon Ekpanjoko, the Prime Minister. Any day you heard there is any protest, if you have the time, in the name of Obato Obiek, go there. You see, one man called Efani in Finland has been deceiving many people. He was telling people that he is the one taking care of Obato Obiek, that the government of Finland is not taking care of Obato Obiek, that he is the one. If Obato Obiek it is under his own capacity. This guy has been moving around, calling even the IPOB members, condemning our DPM. I am telling you from verified information. This Efani in Finland that has claimed that the government of Finland is no longer taking care of Obato Obiek, that those who has the prison warden's number need to inform them about Efani. This guy has been proving to the people that deceiving people here and there and condemning our DPM in front of anybody that he calls on phone. He is even calling people of old DOS. He is even calling people of the new DOS. I'm talking to you. Why this guy is nobody in Finland? When Olusegun went to Finland, is he the one who passed Olusegun? Is he the one who paid for Olusegun to be in Finland? If you want to go to Finland, you are free to go there. We also have numbers of our brothers in Finland who you can contact and see Obato Obiek without all these criminals. You know that our people use every opportunity to enrich themselves. They use every opportunity to claim that they are relevant. This Ifani is no longer on, is not under USB. He is the one who destroyed the platform, removed because he was admin. He's the one who removed all the Biafra under USB in Finland in the WhatsApp group. Ifani and the change, two of them. This man is against what they declared. And for those who are getting information from Ifani and claiming you know it more than any other person, you are just deceiving yourself. You know nothing. What you do is bigger than you. What you don't know is what? Is a very bigger than you. So, Biafrans, please, as the days of Obato Obiek is coming, please, if you have the chance, if you have the time, if you have the money to transport yourself to Finland, go and coming back, please go there. Obato Obiek is the one who said, until we get our document of redeclaration, that is when we stop making noise. That's what he told us. He is the one who instructed that Biafra should be declared. I want to look at people and begin to laugh. People like Efan in Finland. We have said that Obato Obiek got it right after Mazen Kano against all the DOS members. Because of the transition laws, he moved away from the underground of IPOB. And today, Efani is those who believe in IPOB, even the new elected IPOB leaders that Nigerian government has put for us to come and decide what we are doing. And many people are happy over it. I am telling you that this boy called Efani and his cohort must be brought to book. This boy called Efani must be brought to book. I want to talk about him small. We, like I said, Biafran time 4 o'clock today, all the independent media is coming to discuss with Biafran people. So watch out for that program. Biafran time between 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock Biafran time. We are going to be live to discuss matters arising. All independent media. Those who believe in USB declared. So, my people, the people of United States of the citizens of USB, if you can go to Finland, Daddy Orama is not the one. It's Ifeanyi. Is Kodata Daddy Orama and Biafra unite. Drag them into the protest. So the protest, Obatobi approved the protest. You heard from our brother Olusegun God that Obatobi approved this protest. The protest was not approved by Ifeanyi. Daddy Orama was not the coordinator. The faceless unit is not the coordinator. I must tell you the truth. So if you as a Biafran want to go to protest in Finland, any day about you are standing there because of Obatobi, Simon Ebanjok. Not because of Faceless Unite, not because of a fine. And you can't go there, a fine chase you and say you will not do protest, you will not talk. It's not possible. Our people want to use every opportunity to play smartness to prove that they know it all. Why they know nothing? These are pure truth. Yes, the Biafra never comes in Biafra because of the black people. That is why Biafra has never come. It's because of how we reason. But that is an internal matter. It does not supersede recognition. Every country in the world will pass what we're passing through today. It never stopped them. People of Ghana pass through this. And listen to this as we proceed.
When looking at the history of Ghana's independence struggle and the subsequent international recognition of the new state, the meanest and most severe punishment given to citizens who actively fought against the centralized Declaration of Independence or tried to undermine the country's international status was preventative detention, imprisonment without trial, alongside charges of high treason. The exact nature of the meanest punishments used by the early government to suppress domestic opposition and preserve its international legitimacy involves several key mechanisms. 1. The meanest primary punishment, imprisonment without trial. The absolute harshest day-to-day weapon used against citizens who opposed the new state was the Preventive Detention Act, PDA, of 1958. What made this punishment particularly cruel or mean was how it bypassed the justice system entirely. No courts, no evidence. A citizen could be arrested simply on the suspicion that they were acting against the state.
What I'm playing to you is punishment Ghana give people like Ifeanyi, or like all the saboteurs at my back, those who are against usually declared. That's what I'm playing to you. So the internal problem did not see us start. Those that Ghana sentenced to 5 years, those that Ghana sentenced to life imprisonment, they said even though they just suspect you that you are a betrayer, Ghana give them punishment. Ghana constitution was implemented the same way the USB constitution was implemented. And now ask you, if your brother is the one sabotaging now, when the government will grab him, put him in prison, if you come, the Ghana law and the Algeria law said, if anybody come to ask of anyone who is in prison, put him also in prison, let him remain there for 5 years. And no judge will receive the matter. No chief of justice will talk about it.
Or its international relations. They were not given a trial. They could not see the evidence against them. And they had no right to a defense lawyer. The penalty citizens were thrown directly into maximum security prisons, like Nsawan prison, for 5 years, a term that the government could easily renew for another 5 years. Many prominent leaders, such as Dr. J.B. Dankwa, one of Ghana's founding fathers who later opposed the government's direction, died miserable deaths while
Now,
locked up
he
under attack.
opposed the government like
2.
the
ultimate
He
legal
died in
punishment,
prison in Ghana.
execution for high treason, for citizens who crossed the line from political opposition to actively plotting to overthrow the government or collaborating with foreign entities to disrupt Ghana's international recognition. The state utilized the charge of treason. The penalty, death by hanging. Context. In the early years of independence,
Yes, Maz, I got you. Let me tell you, dear friends, if you want to go to Finland protest, like I said, contact me on my WhatsApp group. I will give you a number of those who are under USB that you can also contact them. If you want to go to Finland for this protest or to start with Obatodi, contact me. Those in the Finland under USB are also in this protest. So contact, I will give you a number. When you go to Finland, they call them, they will be on that protest in Finland, if you're not living in Finland. I said what? Contact me. I will give you a number of our brothers, those who believe in US declared, the real citizens of the US, they are in Finland. They are also in this protest. Make a contact. My WhatsApp group is in the open. +97 33 60 51 337. Again, +97 33 60 51 337. Do not call any Anedo. Anedo is a betrayer like a fine. Two of them are the one. These two guys was the one who destroyed the WhatsApp group of the Biafrans in Finland, another USB. The WhatsApp is back. So if you want to go to Finland, contact me. I will give you, once you are under USB, you want to be in Finland and feel secure, contact me. I will give you a numbers of brothers in Finland who will contact. Even if you want to go and see Obatodi, they will escort you. They will be the one who knows that you are coming. Do not contact Anedo. Don't qualify on your phone. These are hijackers. These are enemy being plotted by the Nigerian government through Ogenkere, Imam Abu, and Chiamaka Ajere, all of them. Do not contact them at all.
Groups, like the National Liberation Movement or Western Togoland secessionists, opposed the unitary state and appealed to foreign powers or the United Nations to challenge Ghana's sovereignty. The central government treated these actions as an existential threat. Anyone caught planning armed resistance or trying to violently break up the newly recognized borders faced the gallows. 3. Destruction of identity, stripping citizenship.
I want to give you link to come inside. I want to ask you a question. Look at my link. Enter. Let me ask you one question. People that are under USB government, are they not in Finland? And who approved the protest? Is it Fanya and Anedo? If you don't enter with the link, I will block you. That's how I do. Because I will leave the comment open. Use the link and enter. You said, please let us stop the misinformation. Anedo and Fanya are the people who organized the protest. This government got absolutely nothing to do with the protest. Even Kelena display Anedo number. Do any Biafra want to go to Finland? Never you contact the number of enemy. The number of Anedo and the Efani is like the number of those working in the DOS who told us at that time that they are in charge of Mazen and the Kano. But today, what are they? The history is repeating. If you cannot enter through this link, I will block you. Enter with the link. Come, let me ask you questions. I want to answer. Is the only Fanya that knows is a Biafra in Finland? If you are man enough and you can comment to hide your face, use the link, enter. Ndeba is no Igbo. No mmadụ gbucha ozu ọbịa gwaka ya gotere gị akpati. These are the betrayers of Obatodi and our government. I said what? These are the numbers of betrayers. I am not talking about Kelena. My name is USB Research TV. I don't talk about Kelena. He do what he wants on his platform, and I say what I want in my own platform. Does it sound clear to you? And we are not preaching the same message. We have different message. Is it clear to you? So if you want to ask that question, please go ask Kelena. Don't ask that question here. I thank God hearing from Olushuma God who visited Obatobi and said, Obatobi said that yes, he want Biafrans to come to the protest in Finland. Our brother Olushuma God make it open. Obatobi is aware of the protest and he approved it. And I was with a call with one of our cabinet members, a sister. Something happened. And the person said, please tell Biafrans to come to Finland. That I, myself, Obatobi is that one person who told us that he give 5 people the same one message to go and deliver. Is it true or false? Obatobi said, I will give 5 people message to go and deliver. Then I will monitor them to know who delivered the message the way I sent it. People don't know, you don't know who is Obatobi. Obatobi, when you come to prison, protests go on. He told Mazi Olushuma God, let Biafrans come for the message. Come to Finland. In one of his broadcasts, he told us that I will send 5 people. I will put 5 in one position. There is Biafrans under USB in Finland. Anedo and Efani is not under USB declared. Anedo is the one and Efani calling people outside there, calling the IPOB, giving them also information about Obatobi, Efani precisely. And those who claim that their number is not in the open, then how are they communicating with Efani to know who is the one doing the protest? Do not contact Anedo. He is enemy of you as declared. Do not contact Efani. They are enemy of you as declared. Do not. I said, want to go to Finland. I have the number of our brothers in Finland who you can contact or that believe in you as declared. They are living in Finland. Even if you want to go to Finland. Anyone in this life who attacked Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is attacking Simon Ekpanjoko. He's also attacking Tongozo Arabeze. Take it or you leave it. Because the English continuity is what you don't know. The English transition is what you need to go and research. It's called transition. Biafra movement is a battle race. If you run and get tired, another person will pick it up. That is why after Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, Owazurike started. After Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, Owazurike started. That is the same message the claim about Obatobi is given for protest. Thank you, Flora. Thank you so much. I could be sorry. Obatobi is a man who said, I will send 10 people the same or 5 the same message in the same position. Then I will choose who delivered the message the way it's supposed to be delivered. Is it not true from him? I said, if you want to go to Finland, Anedo and Efani is enemy of USB declared. What people are doing outside and what they use their number to contact our people to sell outside, you won't believe it. That's why I said, if you want to go to Finland and you are going in the name, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra, please go. I said I have the number of our brothers in Finland who believe in USB declared. Oh, the Ifeanyi and Aned does not belong to USB. Fab Oma Ajani, Fab believe na Abdallah Aramma and the Biafra is unite. Can't you hear that clearly? Anakwa meso maka akwa na gremede nwuru nwa ọkụ mbigeri ezi. And I said my number is in the open. The numbers of Biafrans in Finland under USB that support our DPM, that represent USB, they are in Finland. They also going to march out for the protests. In solidarity with Fobatobia, they're going to be there. Believe whoever you want to believe. And you may believe somebody who is against our DPM if you're really a Biafran. Anybody who gives you a number that encourages support Adadi Orama and the Biafrans unite and you champion the number, who are you then? I won't say it again. I have the numbers of Biafrans who support USB, who is also going to stand on that protest that particular day. If you want to go to Finland and feel comfortable that these betrayers, Ifeanyi, Anedo is a betrayer. They are criminals, they are hijackers. They work with Adadi Orama. They work with Biafran Unite. They have started calling people of IPOB. They call somebody who knows me and that person said, oh, Chebi, you said in Goza that the USB is doing this. Why is that? Is that he's not supporting the protest? That Ifeanyi told me that Goza is not supporting the protest. A government of a country go for protest? It's all the party who no matter. A government for protest. Citizens of a country call for protest and do it on their own. The government will now encourage them. After they have done it, government cannot come out and mobilize you to go and do protests because they said a government in exile, for you to prove a capacity of a government in exile, that you must move out of a street and become into a legal way, that you are not going on the street. That is how you prove that you are a country. You are a government of a country. Can't you understand the small logic? That is why a man can finish the whole thing that the way we reason is our problem. The way you reason is your problem. You reason like a black man you are. You purely reason as a black man you are. And because of the way we reason, that is why nobody is holding this Biafra. It's only the way we reason has never allowed to get it right. Mom Origin, please. Good evening from here. You're welcome. You can have the mic.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening, ma.
Our prof there was well. Thank you so much. Like I always say, when you do your presentation, it's too perfect. I don't even know what to add. You get it right all the time. Thank you so much. I greet you. I greet all Biafrans. But I want to say something very quickly about this protest thing. And I want to tell Biafrans, please, it is important that you follow who know road, number one. And in this season, everybody must be careful. If I have, it's not the money. If I have the time, I will want to be in Finland to support our Prime Minister. Simon Ekpa. He deserves each and every one of us to be there to support him. Number two, we have a government that is under pressure. All the other 9 or 10 groups are fighting just one.
Yeah.
That is to tell you, you are not exempt. They are not fighting Gozera Boys, they are fighting you. You have to be very careful. If you are a well-meaning Biafran that love and support United States of Biafra, and you want to go to Finland, this is one thing you must do for yourself and for the government. If you have enough money to get to Finland, you must, even if it means borrowing, find money to get a hotel, a safe place and stay. But if you don't, and you mean well and you want to be there, look for a well-meaning United States of Biafra person there.
Exactly.
And be safe. Be safe. Okudiover. Now, it is important that you do this. A lot of people have been working for Nigeria government without knowing it. A lot of people are working for Nigeria government because they are angry at somebody. And these people, they don't even care. They are ready to drown the whole. Just think about it. 120 million people are under siege. 120 million people. Is it 250 million Nigerians anyway? And here we are as Biafrans trying to secure ourselves and protect ourselves. So when Oluchunwa God, as God will have it, he went to Finland. He heard from our prime minister. A lot of people went there, they go, you send them on errand. When they get there, they tell prime minister what you did not send them. When they are coming back, they mix their own, what prime minister tell them, they will mix it up and come and release. These are people that you don't trust. So Oluchiwa God went independently and he said Prime Minister Simon Ekpa supports. Who wouldn't? So he is on board. He knows that there's going to be, if I'm going, to be honest, I'll prefer to be at the court. If I have 2 days or only 1 day, I will use it and be in that court. Solidarity, be there for him so that he know that people, if everybody is outside, he wouldn't even know how many people went for the protest. But if all that number of people are at the law courts, even Finland will shake and say this number of people came to support their prime minister. So bottom line, Chino, you're getting it right. Everybody must be careful. We need to support our prime minister. If you can't go, pray for him. Continue to pray for that appeal that he gets through. But if you must go, don't make unforced error. What I call unforced error is you went there well-meaning only to find yourself in the middle of Casablanca. And that is where I rested. Thank you so much. I think that's all I want to say.
Thank you so much. Like I said, if I give the mic, I have the number of the good citizens of Biafra, I believe under USB, that if you want to go to Finland, you want to contact them on the day of protest, or how many you want to stay, or even to rent you a hotel where you will stay, they are there. The people who believe on our DPM, not those who are against our DPM. The last video you saw on social media, a man who was on a car ranting and shouting, "God is not in Finland, that is this that was the other one." Is that a fan that Kelena is giving you their number to call? These are people that do not believe in USB. I made a phone call through an IPOB member, and he told me that, oh, so Ngozi has never been in Finland, that a fan in Finland had just called in a few hours to inform her that our DPM is not coming. Nothing concerning with Simon, that all the Biafrans has left Ngozi Arabez. That is what Efanya and Nedo is championing. So I'm telling you, if you believe in US declared, if you contact me, I will give you a number of Biafrans in Finland who are also contributing immensely for the day of Mass Simon, the Prime Minister. Please, Odogwen, please have the mic. You're welcome.
Thank you. Before you welcome me, it's Madam Origin Okaneba. Can you?
Oh, can you?
Madam Origin, Otutu Ehiyoma Nebemno.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for all you do.
More
receipts. God bless you.
More ma biansi kan kene. Happy good fair Biafra TV name. Ona pasimiwe. Biafra TV. Negodi rundi ani ne oya ihe na nda itie na.
All the prayers when they go see
wepu ye obro ya ka choro im no obro ya ka choro im. Wepu ye biko. Me paso Madam Origin iwe. Okwesiro maka ihe anyị chọrọ ịna-afụ our government irunde our government na ọ bụrụ iru ndị ọjọọ o nwere ife anyị dị ndị ọjọọ eme anyị na-ekwu okwu yesterday a na-asị ọkwa ifuru ọbụrụ ọdụ ọkpọ anyị ya aba ego na pọtọpọtọ otu a ha si chọọ ka anyị weta ya ka anyị wetazie ya gọba anyị ihe anyị ga-eme ka anyị weta our recognition anyị nugo ka Madam Origin the original kwuru ya now. Na this one this our government this receipt IG ka ndị uchu chọkwara ịbịa napụ anyị so biko n'iru ndị anyị doye ya prafọ ọ na-achụpụ mmụọ Biafrans ka abịa na Madam Origin thank you anachara m ife ikwuru ofuma mana anụ m nke ikpeazụ ekwere m n'ife niile ikwuru Chineke continue gozie gị gozikwa ụmụ anyị ndị ọzọ River Goddess ndị niile those who have contributed and sold their sleep to make sure that the mandate is protected. Dr. Ngozi Arabeze is Dr. Ngozi Arabeze. There's nothing anybody can do. There's not before. Go to YouTube, go to anywhere. No wegi. Her name is not only Dr. Ngozi Arabeze. Her name is among the women that declared a nation. Do you people know what it means? We are happy that God told Abraham, I'm going to make you the father of a nation. Then God told Ngozi Arabeze, I'm going to make you the mother of a nation. You people are criticizing, that place. The Ngozi Arabeze is the mother of a nation called United States of Biafra. The people that are united, they are united. It is on document. It is in archive. It is in the encyclopedia. Biafra obu na master oyibo because correct before the madachi before the madachi much here. So this is where we are, and Dr. Ngozi Arabeze, she's able to have somebody like Madam Origin, the origin of the USB, and have Biafran TV. So that's the name. Do you people know what you have or what we mean? And you want to come and take this name from us? Madam Origin, I just saw your spirit. I said, let me come and greet you. I don't have much to say. Jisike, wanyoma. Ikwegomnkwa, niga kureba, iga here, and I believe you. And I gave you my word yesterday. Thank you, Chino. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Odogwenugu. Thank you so
much.
Thank
you, Odogwenugu. Chino, let me say something here. Odogwenugu, you will live long. You see, people like Odogwenugu, Oluchinwa God, and so many, that their heart is for the redemption of our people. Odogwenugu went to Finland, joined to redeclare Biafra. Since then, and I know that before then, he has been in this struggle, in this fight. And he has sustained and maintained what he went to do, to sign those documents, bearing in mind that 50 million people said they don't want to die anymore. I keep using that word. People don't know why I use that word. These people said, I don't want to die anymore, because before then, 6 million have already died. And there is continual mopping out of lives by a people call themselves government, call themselves leaders, call themselves elders. I still remember one of the, I don't know where that young man is, wherever he is, if he ever hears my voice, he should please, this boy na early to help people, do the footwork, do the evangelism, encourage people. Gwahana, enwere referendum naga on. Unu vote, go and vote. People voted. So here we are. I remember I didn't join struggle of whatever it is called. I was looking for good governance. I was out there seeing how can we fix and let our people live. How can we, what we have outside, what we are enjoying outside other people's country, how can we have it in our own country? That was all where my heart is. Whoever that can do it. Where is this person that can save my people? That was when, as at that time, I followed every step. In every day, I was in a platform, listening, watching, praying, and like who? Thinking. It is very obvious. That's why you see some people, anybody that will come out to say Peter Gregory Obi, I will talk to, one time I went to a platform where I know his agents are, and tell to go and warn him. If he is a dangling carrot, which I think he is, and I don't mind, anytime I see him, I will tell it to him face. I don't fear nobody. I'm a human being just like he is. All of us, we are human beings. Everybody deserves to live. The people in the village deserve to live. There's someone a widow that the husband has been killed by bandits, and her land is taken from her. Nobody has rights to take what belongs to anybody else. However you take it, it is robbery, it is stealing, it is criminal. So here we are. And with all the brouhaha now, sometimes, that is why sometimes I just, people, when they misbehave, I look at it with a pinch of salt, because maybe that person is acting blindly. Now it's obvious that nothing can save that contraption because of the atrocity. If you don't, there are some things you see, you can't unsee it anymore. There are things you know that you can't unknow it, and it will keep you awake. When you know, you call. When you know the truth, you must not let that truth die. The truth is that contraption, that British concoction poison, is a poison to anyone that is an indigenous person or a Christian. So why should we let it continue to breathe? And God saved us and gave us a woman that after they apprehended 2 of our leaders, she redeclared Biafra. And to pull what we received down. So Odogwenugu went, joined those that went and signed those signatures. And we are here today protecting that mandate. We have two great people, Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. He has never, what he said before he went to dungeon is what I'm still hearing, not what all these crooks of individuals are saying. And those that are eating from his pain, they will go and lie against him. They tell the people to contribute for their peril. Because anybody that go and collects money or set up anything on behalf of Mazin Nnamdi Kanu and lie against him, all of them must collect. They will reap of their evil. Because Mazin Nnamdi Kanu say he wants Biafra. He wants referendum. He wants to march. And all these are done. And some people are still undermining it to their shame. I say shame on all of them, whether they are lawyer or they are whatever they call themselves. Shame on them. We have redeclared Biafra. They must protect this mandate. If Peter Gregory Obi let his own mandate, Tinubu to steal it, he will not let our own be undermined. We are here awake to make sure he doesn't do it. And everyone else that is pro or one Nigerianist. I rest it there. Thank you, Real Biafra TV. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Origin. Thank you, Odogwenugu. I agree two of you because we are narrowing down the program because the next 3 hours we are going to be back with all independent media the same today again to discuss some matters arising and let Biafrans follow the suit and we move forward because there is no time to waste. We have wasted many years. Now we have got it right. We are not going to waste any time, any month, any day anymore. So,
Real Biafra TV, let me greet Madam Origin again. No matter she spoke and emphasized in English. Manakan will ask to see Bosia, Madam Origin, Igabun Nem, or Mozo, Nema Wugo, Igabun Nem. Fancy Igabun Nem Bona Nam Sonife Bapuroso na Obubu Eburu. Ndị na-arụkol na Eva. Unu ga-anụgo about Eva Valley Poultry Killing. Oge ndị colonial masters bịara. And then nna m ahụ were obere ego oge a wee nụọ nwaanyị 6 wee mụta ụmụ 18. Agha gburu ụmụ nne m nna amarọ amụbeghị m oge a. O gburu mmadụ 8. Up to today, akwabefa, ube oye chetelfa. So ebe imele sim gaba n'iru ka e wee cheta na ọ bụ na Biafra abịa na Biafra anyị ga-echeta ndị niile among the 6 million or 3 million or 5 million ka e wee chetefa n'ọwụ ike ha wuru nnapụ ife a napụrụ ndị ọbụla were ife ha ya na-ewere ọnụ okwu otu isi ikwu anybody napụrụ somebody ife na-abụrụ nke ya is a criminal act. Anyhow o ji napụ ya whether by force or by intimidation. So n'iji m cheta ka my siblings which ọ bụ na ha dị ndụ tata I don't think na ekwesịrị m ịnọ na exile. O nwere ike ofu n'ime fa abụrụ onye ama ama mana because of this intimidation, because of this mmegbu ka m ji nọrọ ebe a na exile na-ata afụfụ n'obodo ọzọ. So Madam Origin na ụmụ nwaanyị ndị ọzọ ọ na-abụ nchetacha unu obi aka m and ya ka m ji kwechiri jigide ikike a nje nnata na Finland nke Simon ekpasi m na ihe nna abịara Finland bụ ịbịa weta ikike na ọ bụ na m abịara weta ikike a na ihe niile m na-eme bụ ihe efu n'okwu ọnụ ka m na-ekwu that I'm just making noise ka m kwuo ya otu si ekwu that I am just making noise. So na mbịa weta akwụkwọ a weta ikike a ya ka m ga-eji wee gaa n'ọfịs ọbụla nrue di ya nsị ya na onye mbụ m prezent ya ọ bụ na m ejiri akwụkwọ a o were ya ga-ege m ntị and akwụkwọ a ka ndị UN si Nnamdi Kanu ọ bụ na ị dị serious ọ bụ na ị chọrọ Biafra gị ga-mee something gị ga-weta akwụkwọ ga-eji wee bịa ka ha wee gaba ife ị na-ekwu until you do that na o nwere ife anyị na-ekwu abụrụ ya na ha chọrọ ịnụ Simon Ekpa wee sị m bịa Finland wee ga weta akwụkwọ a jide ya n'aka kịta weta akwụkwọ a jide ya n'aka ka weta ikike a jide ya n'aka na-ege m ntị na-eti ihe with the help of USB government through the Foreign Affairs Minister Secretary through the Deputy Prime Minister Dr. Rabeze through all the apparatus the USB are using and through the independent media that are giving the world the information that Biafra have been declared. And it's now United States of Biafra. So, Madam Origin, thank you very much. Namke Igbo Kreta, Namke Gabu Echi, Namke Gaboko. When you na yo biko, no matter what say de, I narrow na Biafra. Allow me to invite you to my humble and poor house. Can you opa? That's only what I have to use to thank you very much. Bye-bye.
So long as you invite me and my husband. Thank you so much. It's noted. Thank you for all you do. Gino, thank you.
Thank you so much. Biafrans, we're going to end it here because we're going to come back again in the next 3 or 2 hours. So for us to talk generally with Biafrans and everyone, for us to move ahead, because see, follow the message, don't follow messenger. It's always my message. Follow the message. The message is the one to choose a messenger. Sometimes the message might choose a messenger based on circumstances. When you're gonna upload therefore this message until those who will upload their face comes fully. That is why when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is running this movement, immediately the message capture a messenger like Mazi Simon Ekpa Njoko, being that the spirit of the message is the one moving two of them. That is why he's openly and said that we should do what? That we should listen and follow Simon Ekpa, that he has come to bring a new dimension. The new dimension is what? United of Biafra redeclared. That is the new dimension. The new dimension is not Biafra government in exile. The new dimension is what? The continuation of the lost country called United of Biafra. That is the main dimension. And that dimension is the mandate that Odogwu Enugu went to Finland and signed. And under all our self-referendum votes, what we voted for is not Biafra Republic government in exile, Brgie. We voted for United States of Biafra. And the result was fully announced on November the 29th, 2024. This is how every other country in this world announced their results of their having a country. I give it to you today. Difference between organizations like Ipob, Brgie, Fallback, and all these, those are making this noise, that they are what? Under the norms of the international global community, that there is no other government exile you have except a government in exile that issue a redeclaration of a lost country is the only government in exile that has a right, that is waiting for international recognition, if there is no declaration, there is no recognition. If there is no recognition, there is no full sovereignty in the whole entire world. You remain on de facto recognition. So Biafrans, you who believe in US being declared at this moment, you are on that new dimension. You are on the mandate, and that simply means that you believe on your vote of self-referendum vote. You wasted your time to go and vote. You voted for what? You know, in life, in a common politics movement, you have two types of voting. Number one was the primary election that you win, that will enables you to go to presidential election to also win. The day you become the president, you have announced the result totally. So we announced our result of self-referendum in Helsinki, Latvia, Finland, by issue a peaceful redeclaration of United States of Biafra as the only legitimate government of the people of Biafra. Difference between the organization like Brgie. When we are in Brgie, the original Brgie belongs to Simon Ipob Brgie. The original IPOB belongs to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, who registered IPOB in United Kingdom in the year 2012. He is the owner of the organization called IPOB. Simon Ipob Brgie becomes the owner of the Brgie. Biafra, he is the one who sent a mechanic man to go and register it on behalf of him, the Prime Minister Simon Ipob Brgie. And on that mandate, under the Brgie, he gathered the cabinet members. They all adopted, voted, signed that the name that we are going to redeclare on December 2nd, that some situation might happen that we are going to redeclare before then, based on what is happening. People, over 99 people or 89 people, issue what? They sign that the name that we are going to redeclare is what? In Finland, United States of Biafra. Like example, people of Namibia, in 1960, transition with organization name SWSPO, Southwest African People's Organization. In 1960, December 6, Namibia, SWSPO issue official declaration of Republic of Namibia in Angola. In the government in exile of Algeria, they have three places. They have Algeria, they have Namibia, they have Angola, they have Tanzania, they have Zimbabwe. These are the three cardinal points they have, but they rally gathered around in Angola to issue their declaration with the organization name. After that day, they have issued their declaration. The organization SWAPO become a political name that today they are using it. Even the woman who won the election, who assisted the leader who was in prison, was the one who is the president of Namibia right now, still use that name because the name did not committed much murder and much crime in the name of organization moving into government in exile. Until Namibia Namibia issued declaration. We look at Namibia and their movement. After Namibia have issued their declaration in 1960, in 1968, another one called themselves SWAPOD comes out, start attacking the SWAPO that issue official declaration of Namibia as a country. That is where you are today. That is why you are seeing all these organizations making us around us. When Ghana issued their declaration in 1957, Kwame Nkrumah was having an attack from the people of Ghana. Ghana has, after that, another 5 groups emerged after their declaration. And the sweetest, the happiness The joy on it is that these groups that issued the first declaration was the one every country organized, including the United Kingdom and the UN. They call it on the one when I played the program, they said first come, first serve, first collect. And the word said, we believe in the first one that issue official declaration, because we are not encouraging more different organization groups to start making noise in the social media. That is why they almost adopt the first one. That is why they call it what? First come, first serve, first collect. We have first, and we have come, and we are collecting, whether you like it or not. That is why today, in the map of the world, you can sincerely see the map of Biafra back. The plight of Biafra was removed in Africa and put the plight of Bonny, has come back to the plight of Biafra back. And our map will bears on the arrow. What are you seeing there? United of Biafra. Is it Brgie? Is it Government in Exile? Is it Ipob? I want to end by telling you that out of the 75 governments in exile in the world, you only have United of Biafra. There is nothing like Brgie. There is nothing like Ipob. Nothing like Masol. Nothing like BGC. There's nothing like Ekwenche. There's nothing like Omar Jani. It does not exist in this world that we are living. You have 75 governments in exile. It's only United of Biafra is the only one that the world has organized, and there is no other government in exile for you. Only United of Biafra is the only government you have. My people, are they not doing well for you? Isn't it that you are lacking that government is not presenting? And with the program we concluded today, the word said that a government in exile that issue a declaration have a right to issue a ID card, recognized documents, including a passport, that the world knows them very well. Any other noise from anywhere, it does not exist. They said that some people that apologize to Obato Obia, he's doing it well. When Obato Obia was here with us, they said he's not doing it well. That he was attacking Ipob structure, trying to destroy it. But today he's not here. He's doing it well. And our DPM is one doing it very bad, right? Shame on you that you cannot, your mental toughness cannot work, that you cannot re-reason or re-think. That is for you and yourself. But for we who believe that we are purely the citizen of United of Biafra that is waiting for recognition, we have moved on. We have transitioned. We have left you behind. Make your noise for all you like. Make the noise for all you like. Please go on.
Biafra, thank you. I just want to add something to what you said. You know, that is why the independent media, you guys, all of you will go to heaven. I've signed it for all of you. You know, because, you know, what you guys are doing now, if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had people that surrounded him to protect him from the shark tanks, that, you know, the people go, you know, it's important. I keep begging everybody, if you must talk about Biafra, if you must talk about what is going on in Nigeria, please do your research. Never take anything anybody said. The same people that they have the attack group and they have the control group. So the attack group will come, the same people paid by the government. This one group will now say, oh, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is this, is that, is that. The other one will be Onyendu Supreme, go on. Where they are leading him, dungeon. Both the ones that say bring him by and bring him Onyendu Supreme Leader, go on, they are the same people, paid by the Nigerian government, paid by the people that want us dead. Now, when Prime Minister Simon Ekpa came, the same people, they shared them. Some were in his cabinet, working with him, calling him, oh, my Toby, Hanon Kankampi. they start giving him name of God. When you hear them say that, run for your life. Anybody, or I'm keeping my eyes on them until they let him, with the ones inside and the ones outside, they were able to apprehend him, Muni in a dungeon. They are not saying, oh, a few of them are, those that are on the opposing camp have come to join the ones that are inside. Now watch carefully. Now that they have, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze, they have formed a group. The ones that are inside, the ones that are outside. The same people. That is why all of them that say they were in the cabinet, that's why till tomorrow, any one of them that Dr. Ngozi Orabueze that realize that these ones, it's not even like, you can be well meaning, if I'm in that cabinet and she fires me, I say, yes, ma'am, I'll stay by the side until, because she can't trust anybody anymore. Now, see what they are doing. All of them have gone back to Ipob, the one that China Sanwo-Olu and co have handed over to the Southeast governors. So anybody that wants to be fooled, please know that there are consequences when you allow yourself to be fooled. Because these people are not joking. They want to, the whole idea is to undermine, to make sure Biafra never come. And I keep asking them, why is it that 50 million people voted, 500 went and put their signature, Biafra is redeclared? You now said you will undo it, that was a pronouncement. How callous and wicked are these people? Anybody that is not in USBG today and they have had and have been a part of this struggle, I tell them you are a criminal and you don't want Biafrans to survive. There is something that Mike Arnold said in his last congressional hearing. He said, if we miss this President Trump tenure, that it is bye-bye to any indigenous, that I'm paraphrasing, please. That is not how he said it. But it is a bye-bye to any indigenous person inside Nigeria and Biafra, and any Christian inside Nigeria and Biafra, because they'll fry everybody. So let us not stay and wait for the people that Nakalabandas. You people have gone as far back as Ipob renewed to go and do what there? And only thing that will come up to is to stall the thing and delay it until when they are ready to complete the work. And it is a shame to anybody that has put their hand in that. Obi-Wan, I greet you. Oluchunwa God, I salute. Thank you for going to Finland to confirm to us that our Prime Minister supports the protest, and most importantly, to be in the court. Everybody, we are on the same page, but anybody, as usual, you will still see those that want to use it to cause chaos. And those are the ones that we are resisting. We are not resisting anybody that wants to go to Finland to support our Prime Minister. With that, I rest it, my Real Biafra TV.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's give Obi-Wan the mic without wasting time, because we're rounding up. Obi-Wan, please have the mic.
Yeah, Dalo, Chino. I actually came in here. Madam Origini, Homa Mereg, is what Homa Mparage very well. And our daddy, Oluchiwa God. I really appreciate you because your visit actually changed the dimension, you know. So I wasn't in the program, but I actually came in here just to thank you. Thank you, and thank all of you, extension to all the media that have always make out time to teach us some certain things or keep us in line. And another reason I came in, because when I came in here, if you notice on the comment section, one guy was commenting there, and I started asking myself a question. Is it that some of these guys don't actually want to learn, or they are too dumb to actually believe in that thing which they have been believing and choose not to ask question? Then number that they took on know why is because you choose not to invite or to learn new things inside you, not knowing that you can do more than you can do now. That's why people get depressed and they stuck to where they are without no improvement in their life. It's quite disheartening that now Anna accuse something I am before. But anyway, but in the process of all of these things, we are learning and understanding and following quietly and smartly to actually make sure that we get what we are getting. But some people will just being too ignorant to the extent you are talking about Brgie. First of all, are you proud that now? I don't know if you've watched the last question and answer Sonia Barawa and Ogenkere made. Are you proud for somebody like Ogenkere making such statement and talking nonsense to be your prime minister? Do you think that person is capable of actually representing you? We just need to be asking ourselves a question. Why is it that they haven't given you opportunity to ask him direct question as somebody you expect to lead you? It's for your own sake, not for me or for you. And because that you decided to channel your trust and you start worshiping or whatever, you can work with this boy in the but all just this so ignorant. You don't want to sit down and ask yourself a question. Is there any good thing that will come out with the name USB? What is the reason why Oge did it like that? Ask questions. It helps you to grow than just sticking to one place. I was actually sometimes one argument I never before that now. The car no more about USB or what of all, but I joined the POB or whatsoever. But I came across one of his broadcasts when he said something about black people, that whenever you remove any black man from the office, they don't want to leave.
Yes.
He's telling them, leave. This thing is not your property. When you tell a black man that, thank you for your service, you've done your part, let other people take charge, you see them don't want to leave. This is the person in jail, and this is the broadcast he made before he was arrested. And you can see, starting from IPOB up until this our USB government, because they won't go there suspend their weapon. But yet they don't want to know that their time has come and gone for them to give others space to work. Oh, for problem, CRC was born, Brgie was born because Ogenkere doesn't want to leave power. Van doesn't want to stop becoming deputy information minister. Barawa don't want to stop becoming information officer. Name them. That is all they just want. They just want to occupy office without finding something tangible to do to help. For this struggle. The struggle will see you, and the struggle will put you somewhere because now your impact a positive thing or not bring it to the struggle. You cannot be not doing anything and you expect someone to give you an office for you to sit down while money passes across you. It is not fair. The buy need sometimes let us keep anything. You keep quiet and learn. It's not a must that you have to talk, because people some certain they just keep distracting the serious on all of this thing. Whatever that is going on in Nigeria or the game recently, thank God Nigeria go. I don't know if they are thinking well or something. I heard they rejected this recent reintegration of Boko Haram. They want to put some in the military, but their soldiers disagree. How can you, after you Boko Haram, what what was the reason why army Nigeria rejected? They say they are afraid of sabotage. And these people keep doing it. The problem that I find it difficult to actually understand in Nigeria is that everybody in Nigeria is talking about the same thing, the recycling of terrorists, that in the country I'm all. But now when you ask any of them, why can't you people find what is the solution? Everybody is just comfortable in talking about the bad that happened without no solution. And the reason why I love where I belong is because
people of Crimea River.
I'm telling you, you just keep talking and talking, and these people are keep advancing in their quest. I know in Kita and the Fulani disguise is Kandiala. Not as in our village. This is how they penetrate. Where they keep arguing. And I argue a spokesperson Bolatino will be on you another format. The very dark man after web stores and I conquer. Meanwhile, you know, the many no here villages. I just web alone something to be keeping you people busy. I love the kind of people they involve. Not this struggle. Guys, I don't know who sees PM, who doesn't see PM. What happened? Oga Oluchi God, Finland. This is individual discovery. Individual discovery. He did that because he really understands that now probably more than an impact visiting to Finland might actually make an impact on this thing. But the Kachukun Nasieme here. He went there, and so many people claim that without them, you cannot see your Batobia. Why are you people locking up for people not to go and see our prime minister? Exactly. Why are they blocking all of these things? Why are they not giving access for people? If not that he went to Finland.
They are rubbish to be leaked out of Batobia fully.
Exactly. And now with this visit now, everybody knew now that you can visit Batobia. And even look at this time around, and all of them are promoting the protest as if to show that we are working, we are trying to make sure. How can you? Because create a new DOS, so it creates a new DOS. That is just still bullshit. To start with. According to them, can you imagine? Okay, for the new one they create now, if they all you have to do is just to relax and watch them act. Action speaks louder than voice. If the new one that they created, or according to them that Nnamdi Kanu created, decided not to do the right thing, they are still the same people. Because what demarcates you from the old ones
is Obi-Wan. I don't buy the idea. One of them who was in prison had right to create what is going on.
It's impossible. It's impossible. Nnamdi Kanu is smarter to know that create whereby you make a compromise. Or compromise. I was saying this thing for
the method of British divide and rule. They keep on dividing you. Keep on giving us what to discuss.
Exactly. You just keep talking the same thing, talking. Okay, on our best, Dr. Damage's this thing. I watch and we just. It seems like on your platform now, name a boom platform. Yeah. Then you keep inviting people. I invite this person, come and speak. Come and speak. All of them, they will just keep recycling their problem without actually finding okay. Since we have been talking about this thing, what is next? I have problem with Brgie Crc and Ipob DOS. I always emphasize on what is next. It may be your life, and you don't actually do something today so that your tomorrow will be better. I don't think now anything busy as well. You are only learning kita go to you Okay, Lugo, you can't deceive us. You can't deceive us this time. Common English. Follow Simon Epa. He's bringing a new dimension. Now, Nnamdi have been leading IPOB as a movement. The same leader, Agwage, this man on for Kita. So we are dimension. New dimension. It's telling you that now this road this guy will bring something different from here. It's simple English. What is difficult about this thing? In order to leadership, forgetting that only in what is going to happen. The same way Simon Epa put us again, when Simon Epa that Nangoza surrogate, now actual Simon Epa for her, not chief of staff, suppose he in charge. It's a common this thing for you to understand. Man, and the buying where sometimes and when they use artificial plastic brain to when I operate. That now when you
Biafra, how we reason, that is where we
exactly
where they are.
You know, today I don't we video it didn't make researcher before. But you when you started researching the something, you realize that now, okay, that now if you start broadcasting based on teaching us about the international law or how people can get in a one, so go, but they can listen. This person come mama, okay, you only because we are USB or maybe USB by any this is your own calling, and you keep preaching it, and every one of us are listening and understanding it. Na chukuna makwaro from the boy better sometimes sometimes na all of these people they will still be treated as the United USB citizen because we are all yeah, I know. Man, everybody is still all democracy, and you can't do partiality. Everybody will be welcome, whether we will Sabukami assistant Abia in the a provision where the law. I don't know how they will make it that now if you have ever done so things, then everybody is equal, and that is why like Madam Origin's sleep here will keep fighting, pushing, debunking, however they come to distract or whatever, because now I realize that no, all too much ogogoro and na cause was sometimes no foreign day I am my head important for them to do. That is the thing. May God bless the United States of Biafra. And Chukwu and your family. You guys are doing a wonderful job. And we appreciate that. And we, on behalf of everybody at this platform, we are saying that God will reward you, God will bless you, God will multiply tenfold for you and your family in whatever that you do. Thank you guys, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's quite unfortunate now people are my difference between organization and government in exile. That is where the problem is. I want to close the program because I have only maybe 1 or 30 minutes. We'll be back again with all the independent media again today.
Did God leave?
He leave. Maybe he will come back again because Obi-Wan is talking. Maybe network kick him out. I think he will come back again. Before I will play the audio, I think he will join us back. So let's listen to this audio difference between organization and the government in exile that issue a redeclaration. Listen, the level is not on our own capacity brain. It is, they call it under the international law. That is how it is. We have Ocho Master. Please have the mic quickly. Thank you, Ocho Master.
I really greet you and appreciate you so much. This wonderful program, though I came in very late. I just but I from in a program. So, Madam Ojuga, I greet you. Obi-Wan, I know you left. I greet you and every other person that I've spoken. As you know, I greet Biafrans according by your time zone. I know that you say that you are going because you're coming back with the independent media. So
Yes.
what the only thing I will just say is to encourage you. Like I always said, you are doing wonderfully well. What you're doing, you don't know how far it echoes, how far it goes, but keep doing what you're doing. It is great. It is penetrating. It is working. It is yielding. That is one thing for sure. One, I just want to add this I just want to add this little word to what you said. Mazin Nandekano said that the problem of a black man is the way black man thinks, the way he reasons. That is our biggest problem. Tell me, the people that are blocking the ways in Finland, you have said it, is only for ulterior motive to hide their evil doings, to confuse Biafrans the more, pretending and deceiving Obatubie. But it is only for a while. That is why, at this appointed time, Mazi Oluchi God on his own went there. And that is how the Spirit of God works. And upon his return, everything changed. Things begins to move. I really appreciate that guy for that move. Then Biafrans, we must learn faster. It's a must. Everybody have conscience. Everybody have sense of reasoning. There is no need to pretend. We know where the truth lies. Biafra is here already. It has been redeclared. Any other thing outside USB redeclared, not because we are saying it, but because that is fact. Anything outside it is nothing. Let me say this because my brother Obi-Wan said something about it, about creating groups or 100 men that Mazen Nandekano created. One thing I know for sure, Mazen Nandekano is a very brilliant, smart, very, very intelligent guy. And God-given wisdom is upon him. I know that if Mazen Nandekano comes out today and or is fully aware of what is going on, Mazen Nandekano will immediately ally himself with the Biafra redeclared, which is USB. There's no doubt about that. And if you watch how some of them that are 100 men talks, none of them is condemning USB. They are talking in the direction of USB. You can fact check it, which I know that in no distant time, they will find their way. By God's grace, they will find their way and join the voice of USB. Let me just leave it as at that. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mazichino. Thank you, Madam Ojugo. And the River Goddess, I don't know if she came here already.
No, she's not came. She's busy at work.
Okay, may God bless us.
Yes, like I said, I'm going to summarize it for those who just joined us. What we did today, we did what we called, under the international law, difference between organizations like Ipob, Brgie, CRC, and all of them, and government in exile that issue a peaceful redeclaration. That is, so listen to this as we are summarizing. Then we're going to give the mic after this audio voice 2 minutes to every Biafran. They will summarize it. Let us listen to this.
A non-governmental political organization and a government in exile, especially one claiming legitimacy through a peaceful redeclaration, hinges on legal continuity, recognition, and the strict criteria of statehood. Here is how they differ under international legal frameworks. 1. Government in exile with redeclaration. A government in exile is a political group that claims to be the legitimate government of a country, but is unable to exercise its legal power because it resides in a foreign host state. When a government in exile undergoes a peaceful redeclaration, it is typically asserting legal continuity based on a historical constitutional framework that was interrupted by illegal occupation, annexation, or a coup. Source of authority. It derives its legitimacy from a prior, legally established constitutional state structure that existed before the displacement. It claims to represent an already existing state under international law. The Montevideo Criteria. Under the Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States, 1933, a state requires a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. A government in exile temporarily lacks physical control over its territory and population, but international law often allows it to maintain its legal status if its displacement was illegal. E.g., via the principle of ex injuria jus non oritur, unjust acts cannot create law. International recognition. Its efficacy relies heavily on diplomatic recognition by other sovereign states. If foreign governments continue to recognize the exiled body as the de jure, legal government rather than the de facto authorities on the ground, it can hold state assets, sign certain treaties, and maintain embassies. Example: the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, maintained diplomatic legations in exile throughout their decades of Soviet annexation. When they redeclared independence peacefully around 1990, it was legally framed not as the creation of new states, but as the restoration of continuity for states that had never legally ceased to exist. 2. Political organizations. A political organization, liberation movement, or civil society group operating abroad lacks the constitutional claim to an existing state's apparatus. Source of authority. It is a voluntary association of individuals bound by a shared political ideology, cause, or charter. It does not possess prior constitutional or sovereign continuity, international legal status. In the eyes of international law, these are generally treated as non-state actors or non-governmental organizations, NGOs. While some prominent liberation movements, like the PLO historically, achieve special observer status at the UN, they do not inherently carry the legal rights of a sovereign state government. Legal capacity. They cannot issue sovereign passports that are universally recognized under international law. They cannot claim state immunity in foreign courts, and they cannot access a nation's frozen central bank reserves in the way a recognized government in exile might. Summary of key differences. Feature: government in exile with redeclaration. Political organization. Legal basis: claims de jure sovereignty and constitutional continuity of an
Government in exile.
Bound by an organizational charter. No inherent claim to state sovereignty. Territorial claim.
Organization.
Aims to regain control of a specific, legally recognized territory. May advocate for territory, but lacks historical constitutional title to it.
Organization.
Treatment of treaties. Can potentially inherit or maintain prior state treaty obligations.
Government in
Cannot
exile.
sign or inherit state-level international treaties. Diplomatic standing. Can achieve full diplomatic recognition and host official embassies.
Government in
Limited to
exile.
informal representation or observer status, if any. In short, a political organization is a group of people advocating for a political outcome, whereas a recognized government in exile with a peaceful redeclaration is an assertion that the legal soul of a state is temporarily surviving abroad until it can safely return home.
Please, let's start with Obi-Wan. You come back, please, on this, your final 2 minutes maximum, because I'm going to leave. I'm going to come back again. Please, 2 minutes.
Yeah. You see, the last thing you played now explains it all. And when it is difficult for you to actually understand that Naneki has supposed this word. If you're really genuine of Biafra, I'm going to have different Biafra USB in what na di chenkenka in a ton of brig, no, you want to not brig here. Except me, except you are just trying to deceive yourself, or you don't want that thing to come. Upon and trying me something now. Onwe business in Choi mepe na push na ta for ka mama me obu na isi ebe ise potassium na no nkwara aka ye nyalo mu na ka mesu me ona ma ya accepted it something so far na mana na ihe ancho na ihe lead him to that place. Why would I be sabotaging enyemaka na chi nyem to na me expect na onye Malawi no nke ka mma. Meanwhile Nke wetakwa educhekwa na to that the same place. And another thing I want to say about what Asian Master said, I know that at the end of the day, quote me, bank me on this, everybody will come together with USB, whether they like it or not. The problem they are having now is a problem of validation. Honey, the because now, following the buying but that they don't want to use it on their own. So many people in this struggle have not defined this struggle to what they really want personally. That is why you see them whenever that person that they came into the struggle because of no problem, they get stuck. They don't want to move ahead again because no, so some all because of this person. So far, no one with the idea, no idea doesn't nonsense. That is the reason that the Arama can be able to say that I want Simon on Nanikano na lead this Biafra. Then only also ya sabotage because now she can't think for herself. She just needed to be. She needed a validation for you to tell her that this is the way. Na ibite apokoni. No one That is all they needed. But as you can see, they are not born at this struggle before. Ndị hajibu arrogance ha and aborotic ha when na chụpụ na this struggle. Ha batago now. How is in charge? You yourself in Alubu security in Nigeria with the Nigerian government, but look at you today. You are actually, because you have seen, you have understood that Nigeria has no mequatalism. There is nothing you can do it. Mike Arnold came before, was talking about, because in my neighbor on a case in Nigeria, you wouldn't know how deep it goes. But when you stay for a while, you start understanding that the root of this problem of Nigeria cannot be solved as a country. The first thing you have to do for Nigeria is to survive. It's all your own and all on me. Vakana fan first. A billionaire from there. Well, we are maybe feel because there in a relationship put it somehow. You can know how you can meet each other in terms and conditions. But if I have a case Nigeria, my name, one the Hage Boogie Noba. Hage Boogie Noba.
Come down, please, because of time, please. We are coming back again,
right.
So we have enough to talk today. Please.
Also, Master, I greet you, my honorable. I salute you on and thank you. Madam Origin, I love you guys. Chino, may God bless you guys. Thank you guys. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Madam Origin, are you close to your mic?
Yes, I'm here.
Please, final submission, just in a quick 2 minutes, because I have to go now. Come back in the next 1 hour. Yes. Yeah,
the difference between government and group cannot be overemphasized. I get it that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have said it. Everybody knows it now that the Nigeria people and our people, I think there's something Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he said they deliberately refuse to understand you for one or two reasons. For one, inherited, and number two, ego. This is what is just holding these people. What is it? Government group. That is what we have, like almost 8 groups in Nigeria today. There is one government. No matter, I mean, in Nigeria, we have separated. We now have our own government via referendum. In fact, the government of United States of Biafra is more authentic than Nigeria government. Nigeria government is operating on impunity and lawlessness. So when you look at it realistically, the genuine and only genuine government in that geographical location is the United States of Biafra. So we move. Whether you stick your head in the sand or you stick it out, pretending like Mazen Nnamdi Kanu say, you see this new group that they are making is just to. But one thing I want to say very quickly to everybody is what Mark Arnold said. God bless him. And I'm glad he's going everywhere. It's not like he's for everybody, it's for anybody. He said it categorically that if we miss this President Trump regime, we are gone. It is because for the last 60 years, and let me tell you why. I live here in the United States of America. When President Trump designated Nigeria the first time, as soon as the Democrats, who a whole lot, sometimes when we accuse America, when you are accusing America that America is complicit with what is going, it is the Democrats. And even the Republicans, when they come, is someone like President Trump that is like a benevolent dictator who takes the bull by the horn. A man that can take the bull by, you don't find them many. Yeah. And he is taking on head on the monsters that have behooved the world. And let me tell you this, when President Trump won this election, there is a man, Professor Akiyemi. He rushed out immediately the very next day at Arise TV. That clip, I have been trying to find it. Now I realize that he came to warn Tinubu and said, lie low. Don't make film, because they know that this is the only man that can save the Christians in Nigeria and save us from Islamism. He said, lie low, don't, even if he slap you, don't talk, don't make any noise. And they removed that. I'm yet to find it was Abati that did that interview with him. Because they know what they are doing. They know the atrocities that they have conducted on the people inside Nigeria. And nobody is saying anything. Everybody, every USB, well-meaning Biafran, please, let's seize this opportunity. Secure our land. What these new groups are doing is to delay. Because you hear them, they have started talking about political brouhaha. They are talking about everything you hear them say has everything to do with being politically correct, securing and all that, whatever. I don't want to talk about it. So the only lifeline we have is United States of Biafra government. Let's support our government. Anything you can do, sell your sleep, even if it's 15 minutes or 1 hour every day, devote time. Whatever you can do, contribute. The government needs a lot, or there's a lot of money to do diplomatic work. Talk less of everything else. God bless everybody.
Thank you so much. Also, please have the mic quickly. 2 minutes. We don't need to talk here.
Thank you. From the video you played, we passed through stages on the process to USB. On that process, Brgie was one of the organization or group that leads to USB, which is part of the process. We have passed that through process. Brgie have come and gone. It came for good, it worked for good, it's gone for good. So there is no way we or any sensible person can go back to Brgie. No, it have already fulfilled its purpose, and already we are in Israel. We can never not go back to Egypt. That is what it is. Now, Madam Origin said that Donald Trump is a benevolent dictator. Yes, that is very correct. But I will choose the word to say, I will choose the word that Donald Trump is a very courageous man, very bold, a man with courage, that he can look evil and call it evil, and he can unturn the evil. That thing that is not working, that thing that they're using against, that nobody wants to talk about or touch, Donald Trump touch it. Donald Trump turn it for good. That is what it is. And we Biafrans, we should know, just like what Madam Origin said, at this time, we can never afford to miss it. All hands must be on decks to meet up with Donald Trump time and make sure that what the evil they are trying to cover in Nigeria, we open it and we go away. The solution, Biafrans found that in Nigeria, there is not just a problem. There was a bigger problem, and Biafran found its way. Biafrans find its way to solve the problem, and part of solving that problem is to exit Nigeria completely. Ojukwu found it, and we went through the process. We continue to go through the process as we are on the recognition phase today, meaning that solving the problem is as we exit Nigeria, the problem is solved for us and Nigeria. Thank you, Mazchino. I will leave it as at that. May God bless you.
So we'll come back again. We end it here. Biafrans, please, those in the comment section. I see Tina. I see from Big Those I did not mention their name. Please, I will read the comment, but I will just flash on the screen and call only names because of my time. Please bear with me because we are rushing to come back very quickly again in the next 1 hour, which is already there for me. Was have to do all this because I want to go home. I don't like here I am sitting today. Honestly, I want to go home. So I will start from Ahmad Ishigozie. Thank you so much. Thank you. I see you. I see who else is here again? I see you. Blessing. Thank you so much. We have our mommy Margaret. Thank you so much for being here to this moment. Thank you so much. Thank you. I pick it 1-1. I see Blessing again. He wrote a very wonderful comment. Please, thank you. Mommy Margaret is also here again. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ask us to like and share the program. I see you again. Amarashi, I see you. Thank you so much. I see who is this? Mommy Margaret. I see you. Obenna, I see you. Thank you so much. I see you. Dabereshi, you come with from the IPOB organization. We know where you're coming from. And I also see who else that I not mention their name. Okay, let's go to Kevin. I see Mazi Kevin. You also join us today. Thank you so much. I see Nicholas. Thank you so much. I see Equem Justice. I see all of you. Once. I see Joshua. Thank you so much. I see Amy. Thank you so much. I see you. Shuku Dubem. Thank you so much. I want to mention those I don't mention their name. Nicholas, I see you. Mommy, Origin, Mommy, Ojugo, thank you so much. I see Gift. I see Odulupe, my brother. You're welcome here so much. Thank you. This is my blood. Thank you so much being here. I see Ekoma. Thank you so much. I see Ebubeshuku. I see Jerry. Thank you so much. Thank you. I am going straight. I see Officer AJ. Just once, because of my time. I see all of you. I see Flora. Thank you so much. I see Oliver Hillary. Thank you so much. You are here today with us. Thank you. I see Joshua Honor. Thank you so much. I see Benjamin. Thank you so much. I see who is this? Michael Ezan. Thank you. Ushe. Thank you. Nandi Lucky Palace. Thank you. I see you. Time good. I see you. Who is this person here? I see you, Ejima. Thank you so much. Obi-Wan is here also in the comment section. I see Ben Shinaka. Thank you so much. I see you. Oh, Divine Precious. Thank you so much. I see Frank Okoye. Thank you so much. Thank you. I see Jeremiah Tina. Thank you so much. I see Ezenwife. Mazi, thank you for being here today with us. We have all of you. And I see your brother, Ben Chus. I see you, Honorable. Good evening from here. Thank you so much. Thank you. I see Okafo. Thank you so much for being here. Please, because of my time, I see Bartolome. Thank you. I see Chidubeme Mandel for a very long time. You are welcome. Thank you. Asu, I see you. Thank you so much. Please, we leave it here at that. We'll come back again in the next few hours. Watch out. All independent media. We are going to come back again today. Thank you once again. Remain on the stay fast lane. Remain on the right path. US will declared. No other government you have except US will declared according to international law on their level, not on our own level. Thank you. Once again, we move.